All right. Josie, I try so hard to make sure the stream is set up right every time, and I fail every single fucking time. What's poppin', guys? What's up? What's going on? What's going down? What's poppin', boopin', doopin', stoop? What's poopin' scoopin', folks? What's poopin' scoopin'? My boopins. What it do? What's going down? I am chilling. I have to go buy I bought a new chair, a gaming chair, because my old chair was just super loud. And this one's super quiet and very comfortable. So, fucking shout out to this chair. Shout out to my barber, dog. Other than that, I'm here to debate in the morning. I already ate breakfast. I bought, for my dishes, this little Halloween scrub daddy with the little pumpkin. Yo, scrub daddies, they're real for cleaning. I can't even lie. They clean super well. So I bought me this little scrub daddy. Like, I wish I wasn't like one of those adults that's like so hyped about a fucking scrub daddy, but these shits work really well, bro. And this one looked like a pumpkin. Special edition scrub daddy. Anyway, what are we up to today? I'm gonna just chill and like either I'm probably gonna just stream all. I might just be here all day. I really got nothing else going on. I have a baby shower to go to a little later that I might do for my iPad. But that's about it. But in the meantime, I'm going to sit here and see if anyone wants to debate me on any of the topics. There are so many. You could talk about race schisms. You could talk about abortion. We could talk about police and prisons. Talk about the fact that Andrew Tate is a walking psychopath. Talk about toxic masculinity. We could talk about virginity. Anything you want. Anything at all. Anything at all. I gotta go get this HDMI adapter for my phone later. Because I realized I was testing and I found out that like most of my issues when I'm on Twitch, when like my TikTok has issues, is just because Apple makes shitty products and their HDMI adapters don't even last a year before they're just kaputski. So I'm here chilling. That's what it is. Oh, what's up? Can I get in your cup? What's up, Blissful? Good morning. Drinking a nice cup of Hawaiian Punch. Bright and early. Why? Because I fuck with Hawaiian Punch. Good morning. I push propaganda. Tell me how. I'd love to know. I'd love to know what propaganda I push. Please. Hello? Christianity.
And then the fact that we had so many Latino and Hispanic immigrants come over in the 1900s that were mostly Catholic as well. But
Possibly.
yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely agree that it's like mainly perpetuated by Abrahamic religions, and I feel like a lot of the world's problems have been caused by Abrahamic religions.
Agreed. I agree.
And like also, I was reading this thing. I should find it again. It was like the percentage of a black person with a master's degree to become a millionaire is only 6%, whereas for a white person with a master's degree, it's 38, which is insane.
Makes sense.
Right, like they had Hispanic, Latino, Latina, um, Asian, then white people, and then under that were black people, but they couldn't even collect data for Native Americans.
Makes double sense.
Right. Like I'm like it makes no sense to me because it's just so mind boggling considering there's such a high education rate amongst black women, but yet still such low millionaire rates.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on that one. I mean, it's just well, I am sure. I know exactly where it comes from, but
Me too. But like you
you
know
know,
what I mean? It's just fascinating how our world can work like this.
no, I agree with you. We're fully in agreement, my friend.
Right, and like I've just been thinking about it because like I'm a super history freak, and sometimes I ask the question, how would the world be today if instead of Homo sapiens targeting each other, we targeted the other species of humans and forced them to be our slaves?
What?
Like imagine if Neanderthals like what well, I'm not even lying to you. If you really research history, Homo sapiens committed the first genocide like 40,000 years ago against Neanderthals and Denovisians. We forced them to assimilate or stole all their resources as we migrated into Europe.
Maybe. I have no idea on that. Possible.
You can like look into it. Like actually, a lot of people have Neanderthal DNA, but the like most they've ever seen, I think, is only 9%.
Fully possible. I have genuinely no idea. Was
Yeah,
that
no, but like I was following before. Is this like a new account? Did you get banned?
this is my main account is perma banned, I think, for a week.
Oh,
I know it's not deleted because it's still there. It's just
hmm.
I can't access it. But I think it'll be fine after a week. I think they just perma banned me for a week.
Oh, that's good.
Yep. It's happened before. They typically tend to fix it.
It's happened to me a lot. Like I get banned so often. I also have like a lot of stalkers.
Not sure. But is there anything you disagree with, or is it just we agree on everything?
Mm, I agree with Trump for prison, but I don't know all of the reasons as to why he should go to prison. You know what I mean? Like I know some of them, but I don't know all of them.
I mean, right now it's mainly because he stole classified documents from the White House.
Yeah, yeah. Is that the only reason, or
I
like
mean,
they're trying to
that's
incarcerate
the only
him?
one that might stick.
Oh, I think Jack needs a definition of systematic racism. Anyways, I'm a dip.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Someone saying no, he didn't. Like he fully did. He fully took the documents. Otherwise, they weren't. They would not have gotten the search warrant. Like, have you read the fucking 30-page affidavit that led to the search warrant? I'm doubting you did because I read it all yesterday. He fully did. Anyway, We still chilling. Good morning. We out here.
Hi.
Hello.
So, can I I'm not really here to debate. I just want to be educated. So, can you tell me more about how police and prisons should be abolished?
Yeah, sure. Police and prisons do nothing to service citizens. They only service private interests in the state. They're basically slave factories that created $70 billion profit every year. Prisons and police are just like basically the first stop in oppression against poor people and people of color. Police don't solve crime, they don't prevent crime, and they're not under any legal obligation to protect you. So I just don't think they serve a utility. I think if we just focus on like the key tenets of what creates crime and we fix that, we won't have a need for police in the future.
Interesting. So, what would you say to someone who says that we shouldn't abolish the police or prisons, we should just make them better? What is your reaction to that statement?
We've been working on police reform for over 50 years, for longer than that, right? You can't reform a system that was built on and predicated on violence, right? Like, it's impossible. What needs to do is we need to just dismantle the system. We could maybe build a new one in its place, but you can't reform a system that was built to do. Like, the system's not broken, technically. It's doing what it was designed to do, which is to earn a profit for the state. It's doing that, but that's done at the expense of the people.
That's really interesting. People they're when they're usually when people are younger, they think that the world is the way it's supposed to be. And then we see that it's not working the way that it should, and they think, "Oh, the world is broken." But then you think maybe it doesn't mean that it's broken. Maybe it's how do you say? Maybe it was made the way it should be made, but it doesn't mean it's okay.
These systems of police and prisons were built upon a white supremacist system. They were built to uphold power, so they are continuing to work the way that they were supposed to work. Like, that's like the modern day concept of police and prisons came about right after slavery, with the implementation of like vagrancy laws and whatnot. There were even plantation to prison pipelines that would take slaves from the plantation and throw them in prison, so that way they would have a consistent batch of labor, and that's all prisons have been. Multiple major companies use prison labor. Prison is a $70 billion industry. They're not going to stop anytime soon unless we stop them, basically.
You know what? Tell me if you think that this is similar. Schools, schools as a system, they were made to prevent kids from becoming
Uwu?
an individual. And nowadays, people are recognizing that's not okay. People are recognizing the flaws in the school system. And the thing is, my personal school, they they've actually worked, they genuinely want to do a better job, but they still run at the platform or the structure that was meant to that is very, how do you say, what's the opposite of unproductive?
Productive.
What? Oh, wait, I was to say what's the opposite of productive. That was just a bit of a brain fart, but yeah,
No worries.
they run in a way that's not productive,
Well, so
even though.
schools exist to give wealthy individuals better education. They don't exist to give people in poverty better education. Schools are funded primarily through property tax, which is generated via wealth, and the wealthiest Americans get the better schools. It's kind of just the way the school system runs. It's also a racist system because people of color are more likely to be less wealthy than white America.
I know we were originally talking about police reform, but we are on the topic of school, and I would like to mention, so personally I'm autistic, I'm neurodivergent, I and like recently I decided to stop calling myself disabled because it's not that I'm disabled, it's that I think differently. And here's the thing, if like everyone in the world thought like me, like no one would be a disabled because everyone thinks the same way. I'm just like disabled towards the terms of the social standard of thinking, you know what I'm saying?
I'm following you.
I've so out of Miracle, I met this like I crossed paths with this 7-year-old kid, um, and I befriended the family, and the mom messaged me like, "Hey, do you think you can teach him how to read?" Like the kid was like 8 at the time, and like the kid was I couldn't tell. So like the kid was homeschooled, but I couldn't tell if the kid was mentally disabled or just wasn't taught yet. So I was the one. I could tell. I think no. I think it's possible that he had a learning disability. Maybe not, but anyways, I kind of taught him how to read, and like anyone else could have done it, but it was me who did it. And I'm thinking like I understand the way that other people's brains work, but here's the thing: I don't want to be a teacher. I want to have like another career path in life, but I thought I could be a tutor. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Mhm. And I want to like talk about another thing. So, why should Trump be in prison?
If he took classified documents, which it's looking like he did, and if he showed those documents to Russia, which they're claiming he did, then he should, be arrested for said crimes against America.
Yeah, there is definitely something I want to mention. People, they glorify Biden, they glorify Trump. People need to understand that politicians are not celebrities.
I don't think I've ever met someone who
Like,
glorifies Biden, though. We all pretty much can't stand the man.
I've seen people being like, oh my gosh, Biden is amazing just because he's not Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Someone in the Someone in the comments asked if they can join. You want them to join?
I'm going to let you finish up, then I'm going to move on. I don't want to have too many people in at once today.
Okay. But yeah, I guess like I'm really glad I talked to you today. That was a pretty good conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you for
Have a good
coming on
day.
and joining. That said about Biden, his approval rating is higher than Trump's was around midterms. Biden's at like 44%. I think Trump was at like 41. Makes sense that Biden held on to the student loan thing until midterms rolled around. He said, "Oh, it's midterm time. Let's throw them student loans away." Pretty pretty telling. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good.
Yeah, so actually, I was gonna get on here the other day when I saw you on a live, but I had to go, so I wanted to talk about what I was going to talk about before,
Okay.
and that would be redlining. So you were talking about redlining. I guess you were debating some black conservatives, and they kicked you off because they didn't have any good responses to it.
Uh-huh.
Right. So, like, what is this? What is the evidence that um, when controlling for all variables other than race, black consumers are less likely to get loans?
Are we talking about now or during redlining?
Either one.
You have to look at the disparity in wealth. So because black people have like lower wealth disparity, they're typically more preyed upon by predatory loans.
Okay, so you would say there isn't any because that would be a variable besides race.
The wealth disparity is directly caused by systemic racism.
For like what, for example?
The fact that black people have not been able to accumulate as much wealth as their white counterparts over the years because we were systemically prevented from doing so. So that's why our wealth disparity is lower than white wealth disparity by like over $100,000.
Yeah, you just said the same thing with more words. I'm saying like what?
What do you mean? Like what
Like,
specific things
you-
prevented us from gaining wealth?
Yeah.
Well, redlining is the first because the gain of wealth is primarily done through inheritance or property, right? That's where you build the bulk of wealth. You can look at, I mean, a ton of other acts and whatnot from around the same time. Things like Levittown, white-owned co-ops, white covenants. You can look at like the Homestead Act, which disproportionately gave a ton of land to white farmers, as opposed to, I think it was like a million point four white farmers to 6,000 black farmers. There's a ton of things that have prevented black people from gaining wealth. And then when you look at the times where we did, such as like the Tulsa race massacres and other race massacres around the same time, every time we started accruing wealth, our towns and villages were like burnt down.
Okay, so I mean, if you say
My
pause there
bad.
for a
My
second,
bad.
I
I
don't know
gotta.
if
I
you
gotta.
heard me.
I had
Well, if you say that
red
redlining, okay, if you say that redlining is caused by having less capital accumulation,
No,
but also we have less
redlining was disproportionately affected black people just because of racism. I was talking about like loans today. If we're going back to redlining, right? Redlining was a whole different thing in and of itself.
All right, so redlining in general, like again, like what's the evidence that this was racial discrimination?
Are we talking about redlining from the 1930s to 60s, or are we talking about just predatory loans today?
Either one, just any evidence.
I don't want to like cite the whole thing, but I don't know if you've read this book, Color of Law by Richard Rothstein. It goes into it in a little more detail than I will today, but basically not only was it like admitted to, but the redlining maps disproportionately affected black people. There were more black people in the redlined areas than there were white people. It was mostly, part of it was bred from the Southern strategy, and people like Lee Atwater have admitted to this, this systemic like oppression of black people. Like it happened.
Right. So I am somewhat familiar with that book. So Rothstein cites like the Federal Reserve Board, like their study on loans for housing, but the Federal Reserve Board study doesn't account for net worth, credit history, employment history, and all these different factors.
Why were black people's net worth lower than white people's at the time?
That's a good question. Why is that?
I'm asking. You said it was other. You said it was other variables. So you're saying it was other variables that had nothing to do with race.
Yes.
So then why was black people's net worth? If it was net worth, why was their net worth so low?
Why was it?
I'm asking you. You said it was net worth. I said it was race. You said it was net worth. Why was their net worth so much lower?
Yeah, I'm correct in my assessment when I say it was net worth.
So why was their net worth lower?
History.
Why?
I said net worth, credit history, employment history.
Why were all of those things lower than their white counterparts?
Oh, you can answer that question if you want.
You said it was this thing. I'm asking you
It
why.
was.
So why?
It was. That's objectively correct. That's an
So
objective
why? Why were all of these things lower than their white
proof.
counterparts?
Ask that question for what I said to be correct.
Are you joking right now?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. You're just really.
Are you just gonna be obtuse the whole debate? Are you just gonna be obtuse? Are you gonna continue to be obtuse? You're just gonna continue to be obtuse.
Go ahead and.
You're gonna continue. You're just gonna continue to be obtuse.
Do you think it was? Do you
You're
think
just gonna continue. You're just gonna continue to be obtuse. I asked you a question, and you're doing everything in your power not to answer it.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Up and talk.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
So you refuse?
Slavery?
You refuse to answer the question.
Is that it?
You refuse to answer the question. Okay.
Actually, I clearly refuse to answer the question.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I wonder why. I wonder why you refuse to answer the question.
Why?
I'm wondering why you refuse to answer the question. Okay. Why were all of those things so much lower than their white counterparts?
So I asked you for evidence.
Why were all the? And
you provided none.
And you said no,
you're
it
like,
wasn't
oh,
systemic.
well,
You
if
said
you point out its
no.
other
You said no,
variables,
it wasn't systemic racism. No.
Correct.
No, it
Correct.
couldn't
Well,
have been. It had to be these other variables. But then I ask you
Correct.
why those variables were low, and you get your panties in a knot and won't answer the question. Why were those other variables so low?
Maybe I don't know.
Why? Why do you think?
I don't care.
Why do you think starting in the 1930s black credit was so low? What do you think the reason might have been?
More per hour than I do.
What do you think
I don't
the
know,
reason?
maybe I have
What do you
different
think
job.
the reason might have been, Ben? What do you
Why
think?
does my room make more money than I do?
What do you think? At no point am I talking about income. We're talking wealth.
Is it because he has a different job?
Why?
Why does?
Oh, and so you want to go back to today, right? I thought we were talking about.
Right, so you can-
I thought
you
we
can
were talking
ask- you
about
can ask
redlining.
questions
Redlining. So you're
everything,
shifting the. Now we're moving. Now we're just pivoting to today. I thought we were talking. I started talking about today. You said no. We're talking about redlining. I went back to redlining. Now you're going back to your roommate having more money than you. So now we're going back to today. So are you gonna just pivot the whole debate or what?
Yeah, if you're just saying, oh, somebody has a larger net worth, why is that? Well, why is it?
I'm asking
Why
you,
are
Ben.
these
You
people I've never
claim.
met?
You
Why are
claim.
these people I've
We're
never
talking
met
about.
have different networks?
We're talking about
We're talking
about the 1930s when redlining started like getting pushed out, right? I'm asking you. You said it had nothing to do with race. It has to do with
Correct.
net worth and credit scores and all these other stuff.
Objectively.
And I'm asking you why those things were so low, Ben.
Why were they so low? I don't know.
I asked you.
I don't know. Why
So-
do Asians make more
so
than white Americans?
A
I don't
pivot
know.
again. Another
Why?
pivot.
Why?
A continuing pivot.
See, I'm just showing you how.
No, you're
stupid
pivoting,
your-
Ben. You're pivoting.
I'm
You're
showing you how
moving
stupid
again.
your
You're
question
going back to 2022. We're still in 1930, and I would love to know
Okay.
why black people
Why is
had a
that- why is that
harder
any
time
different? Why is
building
Asians
credit.
making
Why
more than
black
white people
people were
today?
not getting loans. Why black people's net worths were so low in 1930. I wonder why. I wonder
Why?
I wonder
Why is it?
what was going
Why
on
is it?
around 1930.
Are you
I
too
wonder
stupid
if
to-
I wonder if there were white-owned institutions that refused to give money to black people, straight up refused to. I wonder.
Which ones?
I wonder.
Which ones?
I can,
Citation needed.
you haven't cited anything, Ben. But okay,
Do you want me to?
I'll do all the research,
I can
Ben.
do that.
I'll do all the research, Ben. I'll do it all for you, since Ben doesn't know how to Google search.
All right, go. That's literally what I asked in the beginning. Like, and the very first thing I asked was evidence for your claim. That's literally the first thing I asked. So when you're like, oh yeah, I'll do the research for you. No, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to give the evidence for a claim that you made. It's very simple, all right? I know you have an infantile mind, and you're not a very smart debater and everything, but come on.
Ben, you haven't answered anything. You've done nothing but pivot this whole debate. So you can try to ad hom me at this point.
Well, I
it's not
directly
going to
responded
set me
to you.
off. No, you didn't, Ben. You said we'll go through it again, Ben. We'll rewind the tape again. You said it had nothing to do with race. It had to do with all these factors. I asked.
Correct. You
So
gave a
why
citation.
I then
supplied your
asked
citation.
I then
Correct.
asked Mr. Pivot, why did all those things come into play? You said, I don't know. Fuck if I know. I'll make a claim, but I have no way to back it up.
No, my claim can be backed up perfectly well.
So back it up, Ben.
All right, sure. Hold on one second. Let's see. I've got several studies on. Let's see. One second. All right. Exploratory research on the redlining phenomena, 1977. A survey and comparison of redlining influences in urban mortgage lending markets, 1977. Redlining and mortgage lending in Sacramento, that's 2010. No, actually, that's 1979. My bad. 1979. I've got like a whole list of these. I could go on. All of these are different studies on redlining and whether or not there was actual racial disparities outside of other variables, which there was.
I love your studies from the 70s. You know, I love studies from the 70s trying to claim
Yes,
that, like,
if we're
we
talking
were
about
racist.
something that's not happening today,
Love it.
then then typically
Love
you'll have
that.
studies that were performed not today, right? That makes sense, right? I mean, you already kind of conceded, like, it's not because of racial things today, not directly anyways. That's what you conceded already. So
When
of
did I
course I'm
say
gonna
it? When
cite
did I say it
not-
had nothing to do with racial things today? Explain to me when I said that.
That seems like what you conceded.
When did I say that, Ben? When did I say that, Ben?
And the net worth is affected by racism.
When did
but
I
you didn't say it was directly because of racial bias.
Do you want to repeat the words that just came out of your mouth again?
No.
Do you want to say that one more time and explain how me saying something affected by race isn't racial bias? I would love to know that.
No, I'll just let you do some reading.
Ben, you haven't done any reading, Ben.
Okay, I just cited 4 different studies on the matter, so I could cite maybe 5 more.
Sure, let's bring up your studies from the 70s and take a look at them.
What's wrong with a study being from the 70s? What about redlining in Boston? Do mortgage lenders discriminate against neighborhoods? Quarterly Journal of Economics, 1996. That's probably the best one, because it's the most thorough.
Let's take a look. Not finding that study anywhere.
Studies done by biased oppressor sources. That is the worst comment I've ever read in my life.
Are you going to tell me where I can find this study of yours?
The last one, the Boston one?
Sure.
Yeah, hold on. Well, I mean, this is on Oxford Academic, the Quarterly Journal of Economics. Redlining in Boston. Do mortgage lenders discriminate against neighborhoods? By Tootle, Tootell.
All right. Put out in 1996. Great.
Correct. Yeah, the original study that a lot of people used to say, oh, it was racial discrimination came out in 1991. That was the aforementioned Federal Reserve Board study.
Let's take a look. Do you happen to have a study that doesn't want me to pay $30?
Just use Sci-Hub. Grab the DOI, right? Like at the top after, or not the top, but after the title, a little under, you see DOI, and then start the number starting with a 1. You take that number, you go to Sci, not Sci. What's the freaking character? Well, it's Sci-Hub, and then you just paste it right in there, and they'll give you a free PDF. Pirating is cool.
Let's take a look.
And like I said, this is probably the most thorough one that I would typically say. I mean, there's been dozens on the matter, but and this one also like criticizes previous studies, so that's good as well. It kind of has a systematic review in it. I'll read the conclusion for the viewers. Let's see. Or the top right here. The strong correlation between race and neighborhood makes it difficult to distinguish the impact of geographic discrimination from the effects of racial discrimination. Previous studies have failed to untangle these two influences, in part because of severe omitted variable bias, which is some of the variables I mentioned earlier, very important things like credit history, employment history, all the things that people are looking at when they're deciding whether or not to give somebody a loan.
Can you read me the last 2 sentences of this conclusion?
Hold on. The data set in this paper allows the distinct effects of race and geography to be identified, and it shows the evidence for redlining is weak.
Can you read me the last 2 sentences?
Evidence is weak, then it's not.
Can you read me the last 2 sentences in this conclusion? Yes, no?
Hold on.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes.
However, the evidence of discrimination in Boston strongly points to a reluctance of lenders to make loans to minorities wherever they apply, and not to a reluctance of lenders to extend credit in poor areas that happen to be minority. The literal conclusion just said that the evidence points to the fact that lenders refuse to extend loans to minorities wherever they want to apply to them.
Wait.
So explain
Did you
that
miss
point.
like what I said prior to that?
And did you?
I didn't. I said there was evidence. I said it was weak, very weak, in fact, very, very statistically insignificant. Right. So I literally said this, and you're trying for a gotcha moment. I quite literally said out loud, the evidence to support this is weak. The evidence, which means positive evidence to support the hypothesis of racial discrimination.
Where in this conclusion does it say the evidence is weak?
Well, it said it right at the top of in the summary.
It is no. Where in this conclusion does
Also,
it state the evidence is weak?
Data, you know, like what a p-value is. You know how to
where in the conclusion does it say the evidence is weak?
I just said where it says the evidence is weak.
You said
I don't know why
at the
you're so
very
caught up
top
on
of
the
at the very top of the study.
Right. In the summary of the study, which summarizes it. You know, you know what a summary is?
I do. I also know that you have to read past the summary to get any like real information.
Yeah, you can read the data, which shows that the evidence is weak.
Let's see.
I mean, are you saying that the author lied in the summary?
I'm saying the author is stating something very different from what you're stating based on the conclusion that he made.
No,
I
just read what
at the
you
end
said
of his
verbatim.
study. You refused to read the last.
Verbatim.
You refused to read the last piece of the conclusion.
I didn't have it pulled up. I was just on the paywall one.
Okay, well, I'm on the full study. I'll read the whole conclusion for you. What they found.
No need.
It is usually difficult to unravel the possible effect of race from the possible effect of the racial composition of the neighborhood. In Boston, these two forces can be identified since over 50% of the minority applicants applied for mortgages on properties in predominantly white areas. The extended HMDA data shows that lenders do not appear to be redlining neighborhoods based on the racial composition of the tract, the average income in the area, or a variety of the other neighborhood characteristics. There is some evidence that redlining is occurring in the lender's decision to require PMI. However, the evidence of discrimination in Boston strongly points to a reluctance of lenders to make loans to minorities wherever they apply, and not to a reluctance of lenders to extend credit in poor areas that happen to be minority.
Go up to table X.
Whoa. I'm reading what he concluded based on his data.
I read what he concluded.
You clearly didn't.
Quote, the evidence for redlining is weak by the author. Are you saying he lied? Yes or no question.
So what he's saying in his conclusion.
No.
What he's
weasel your way out of
no,
it.
I'm saying you're misrepresenting the study.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
I read it verbatim.
I don't think you did. I don't think you read it at all. I don't think you've read it once. I think you're picking and choosing small pieces without looking at what the study is actually studying.
Dude, do you know what a p-value is? Can you tell me what a p-value is?
Go ahead, tell me.
No, you don't. You don't know how to read studies.
Go ahead, tell me. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay. Quote, the evidence for redlining is weak. Now go to table X. That's the data. You know what data is? Go to table X. Look at under race. Look at the effects of race on loans. Not statistically significant.
So let's take a look. So I don't think this study matters when we're talking about like the history of redlining, because he's speaking about after the Fair Housing Act was passed. We'll get into that in a second while I continue to read through this. Let's see.
Or you could also read the statistical discrimination section.
Yeah.
Of the
So again, what he's talking about in this study is whether redlining existed past 1977, after the Community Reinvestment Act, after the Fair Housing Act, after all of these things. So do you ever have anything to show me that redlining didn't exist prior to this?
Well, yeah, I cited like 3 from 1977, and you
Great. So
seemingly didn't.
So give me another one. I wanted a study done.
Hold on 1 second. So if you read the statistical discrimination section, let's see. However, he's referencing his stuff in another study, like the systemic reviews part I was talking about, show how examining the average default rates fails to prove whether any discrimination that might be occurring is statistical or taste-based. So we have no evidence of statistically significant racial discrimination in loans. That's what it's saying. And you can read the whole thing if you want. But
however, the evidence of
like I said,
discrimination
table
in
X,
Boston strongly points to a reluctance of lenders to make loans to minorities wherever they apply, and not to a reluctance of lenders to extend credit in poor areas that happen to be minority.
Yeah, regardless, what you're pointing out is the geography part. So even if you have an area that's
hold on.
black.
So explain to me how in this study he goes, no evidence, doesn't exist whatsoever. Yet in the conclusion he says, okay, there is evidence.
He said it was weak. Don't lie.
However, the evidence of discrimination in Boston strongly points to a reluctance of lenders to make loans to minorities wherever they apply, and not to a reluctance of lenders to extend credit in poor areas that happen to be minority. It seems like he's making the distinction that the geography and racial bias in an area doesn't matter. All that matters is that the people are black, because they'll be discriminated anywhere.
You didn't say all it matters is that the people are black. That's clearly not what he's saying.
However, the evidence of discrimination in Boston strongly points to a reluctance of lenders to make loans to minorities wherever they apply, and not to a reluctance of lenders to extend credit in poor areas that happen to be minority.
You ever heard of... There's 2 concepts here that are very important. One is reading comprehension.
So
right?
explain that conclusion for me then, Ben. Explain that conclusion.
Well, you clearly don't have very good reading comprehension.
Explain the conclusion, Ben. Explain the conclusion, Ben. Explain the conclusion, Ben.
You quite literally lied a couple of seconds ago when you said, "Oh, well, he claimed there was no evidence."
Ben, explain the conclusion.
No evidence.
Ben, explain the conclusion.
Weak evidence.
Ben, explain the conclusion, Ben. Don't pivot. Explain the conclusion.
He's observing that they do see that African Americans were getting less loans, which is true. But in terms of actually controlling for variables like credit, employment history, geography,
I'll read it again. However, the evidence of discrimination in Boston strongly points to a reluctance of lenders to make loans to minorities wherever they apply. Explain that.
Bro. Cool story, bro.
Explain that.
Story. I already did.
No, you didn't.
4 times.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You haven't explained it once.
Yes, I did.
You haven't explained it once.
Read the second read out loud the second paragraph of the statistical discrimination.
I'm reading his conclusion. I'm reading his conclusion.
Read it out loud.
I already read his conclusion.
Statistical discrimination section.
I want you to then explain the conclusion, Ben.
All right, dude. I don't talk to people who are liars.
Explain the conclusion. Okay,
you just got totally
pivot. Okay, pivot. You can't explain the conclusion. That's what I thought. Jesus Christ. He found out his study went against what he said, and then he pieced out because he realized it was against what he said it was. He absolutely rage quit, obviously. Hey, yo, Divas is here. He fully rage quit because he realized his study was wrong.
Hello.
What's up?
I'm so sorry. I literally just wanted to say 3 things in total. Firstly, Ben was being woefully ignorant over the duration of that conversation, especially when you asked him flat out, right, to just produce any studies whatsoever that proved that there was no racial discrimination as it related to redlining. And then he goes, "Oh, I have studies." And then he brings up these studies, and then the conclusion of the studies say that there is, in fact, racial discrimination, just for him to go, "Oh, I didn't say that. I said that the evidence was weak." That was just dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Very dumb. That was 1. 2, as we the people with common sense and more than a high school diploma are capable of deducing there is, in fact, racial discrimination as it relates to redlining. And then that in and of itself actively ties into like the racial wealth gap in America, as well as the education system in America, because education is public education is funded by like property taxes and all that jazz. That was the second point that I wanted to make. And then thirdly, I think you're awesome.
Oh, thanks, dude. I've seen you around a bunch, and Sanvi talked about you a bunch.
Thank you. Well, that's appreciated. Well, yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I'm gonna go back into the comment sections. I'm gonna keep watching. Unless somebody else comes in here and acts a fool, then I'm gonna come up and tussle.
All right.
At your discretion.
Of course.
Thank you.
No problem, man. You have a good one. So yeah, so I don't know how. Oh my god. So again, if you guys want a good book on redlining, Color of Law. If you want a good movie to kind of show you unfair lending practices, like a dramatization of real things. Oh my god, what is it called? It was with... Oh, shit. Hold on, let me pull it up. I love that he keeps going. Yeah, he was ad-homming a lot in that one because he couldn't... he didn't have anything. The Banker. Okay, so The Banker, I watched it the other day. It's on Apple TV. Really good movie. It's specifically about, oh my god, what's the guy's name? It's about like an actual guy, Bernard Garrett. Bernard Garrett was like instrument in like getting the Fair Lending Acts passed. So if you want to watch like a pretty cool movie, you should go watch that movie. It's pretty good. Okay. So many people. Let's see who wants to come. Who disagrees? Let's try to find somebody that disagrees. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. What do you want to talk about? Can't hear a word you're saying.
You can't hear me?
I can now.
I'll take your phones up. Can?
Yeah, now I can.
All right. So I disagree with pretty much everything you have on there.
Okay, go ahead.
So you want to abolish the police
And prisons, yes.
and so how do you take care of the crime then?
Well, solving crime would be the first thing. We wouldn't just abolish police and then say good luck, right? First, we would tackle crime. Tons of way to do that. The best is by tackling poverty. Crime is poverty plus proximity. So if we can handle poverty, you'll see a massive decrease in crime. We would also decriminalize drugs. That would drop our crime rates by like 40%. If not more. It's actually probably more than 40%. So yeah, those would be like the start of how we would tackle crime.
Okay, so you think that someday this world, considering human nature and everything, that someday you're going to live in a utopian society and that's possible?
I don't think all crime will go away, but I do think we want to strive for a world with the least amount of crime, and we want to strive for like utopia. I don't know why we wouldn't. We want to consistently improve our communities and our country. I don't know why we wouldn't try to do that.
Well, yeah, I agree that we should always try to better ourselves and better our society. but we also have to take into account that, you know, there's human nature out there and there's bad people out there. And
yeah, sure, but I think if
we
we
need
can,
people that are going to protect us from these bad people.
so I actually think
Unless
if
you
we
want a
can
bunch of
handle,
vigilantes.
if we can handle accurately handle mental health properly, we would see a large decrease, right? Because people aren't born psychopaths, right? People aren't born sociopaths. That's not something you're born with, right? It's something that typically trauma creates. And if we can handle that, like I would propose that everybody K through 12 has mandatory sessions with a school therapist or counselor, like two times a week at minimum, starting from kindergarten going all the way through 12th grade, to handle this stuff. So that way we can get a handle. We can find these people who are dealing with trauma and whose psyches, I don't want to say break, but who go through massive mental health trauma and become like this. We can handle that right off the bat. The other thing we can do, I'm not against having a armed form of peacekeeper similar to like SWAT, who handles direct violence. So they would only get called out to direct violent calls, like calls where there's actively violence being perpetrated, but they would not do any of the arresting. They would only neutralize the violence. They wouldn't arrest, they wouldn't police neighborhoods, they wouldn't interact with the general public in any way, shape, or form. They would, however, like I said, they would prevent, they would go to reactive violent acts being committed, right? However, the bulk of every other service done by cops can be done by like other public servants. When there was a massive year-long survey done in New Orleans, Baltimore, I don't have the three. It was only 3 cities, and obviously we would want to like replicate this. But it was done in 3 cities and found that the majority of time in the year that police spent on violent crimes was about 12%. And none of their other duties had to do with violence. It was just 12% of their yearly duties was handling anything violence related. So when I see something like that, I know that the bulk of their other duties don't need to be handled by cops.
Okay. So who would handle it then? Are we going to hire new people to handle those things, or?
Yeah, so we can use other forms of civil servant, right? So like mental health calls, I would primarily use social workers. They already have a better grasp of defusing situations than cops do, specifically mental health, because they do it on a daily basis in their regular jobs. If you ask any social worker what their like office time is like, it's mostly spent defusing people with mental health problems. Right. When we want to look at like, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so my concern with that is when it comes to mental health and drug abuse and things like that, I've struggled with those things myself. And I know that, you know, just by talking to someone, it doesn't really help, because what happens is that a person isn't willing to change until the pain becomes great enough in their life from the consequences of their actions.
So yes and no. Just to
can I finish?
Up. Yeah, go ahead.
So I agree that it's good to have a proactive response to mental health and give people tools to deal with certain issues in their lives. But when they go home at night and they go home to a broken household with parents that are mentally ill themselves, and they're not in an environment where, you know, they can grow because they're being held back by their parents, really, because when it all boils down to it, it's usually a parenting issue, right? And so really the responsibility lies on the individual, and we can't like put it in the hands of other people to raise our children. So when it really comes down to it, we are responsible for our children as uncles, aunts, grandmothers, and our behavior is what's going to change the outcome of our children and grandchildren and nieces and nephews. So when we continue to act in a certain way, people are going to just follow suit, right?
So
having a governmental system trying to raise your children isn't going to work. I don't believe.
Who said anything about having the government raise their kids?
Well, you're saying that they need to go to mental health classes in school and things like that, which I don't necessarily disagree with.
How's that raising your kids? Every kid should be in therapy. Every single child should go to therapy. Like, just point blank period. Every person should go to therapy. Point blank period. I want to address some of the stuff.
Every person should take responsibility to better themselves.
Well, okay, we're gonna get into that.
Whichever way that you get to that,
we're gonna get into that. First being, I was wrong on the number. So actually, we surveyed the 3 cities we surveyed were New Orleans, Montgomery County, and Sacramento. Right. What we found was that, and New Orleans is like one of the most violent cities in the country, and what we found was that police only spent 4% of their time dealing with violent crime. It's only 4%. They only deal with violent crime 4% of the time in a whole year's worth. That's a pretty low amount. The second I wanted to talk about was you were talking about like accountability and like people don't change if they don't hit rock bottom. But we actually found Oregon decriminalized.
True.
Okay, I just want to touch on that really quickly.
Yeah.
Oregon decriminalized drugs. And in the year that they decriminalized drugs, they saw a 60% increase in people who sought out rehabilitative care for drug use, because people were no longer afraid of the consequences of getting caught as addicts. People were so much more willing to go get the help they needed when they didn't have that fear of the police.
Now, when it comes to decriminalizing drugs, I can attest to the fact that when they're criminalized, it does cause people to, just from personal experience, let's say when I was 18, I got in trouble for driving through a field and destroying some grass, right? I was smoking weed and stuff at the time, and I was an addict, and so I got put on probation, and they say, no smoking weed, none of this, none of that, right? Well, the first thing they do when I violate, I drop dirty for weed. I'm not in rehab, so do you think that an addict is just automatically going to stop and they're able or even have the tools to do so? No.
It was
so
weed.
Guess what they did? They threw me in jail.
Yeah, for weed.
Right?
I think that was stupid of them.
Exactly. So I
weed.
agree that we need to reform our laws when it comes to drugs. Right?
The use of drugs, the purchase of drugs, and the ownership of drugs are all victimless crimes. They should not result in any sort of jail time.
Well, I also went to federal prison for selling drugs, and they are not victimless crimes.
Well, selling drugs wouldn't. When I talk, there's a reason I don't say legalize drugs, because legalizing drugs would make drug sale legal, right? I say decriminalize. I don't think the addict should be punished. I do think the person selling should face some sort of repercussions. Now, would I say that be jail time? It would probably be something different. It would probably there's a million other things we can do to punish someone that doesn't send them to jail. But drug use, drug purchase, and drug ownership should all be decriminalized. They are all victimless crimes. Drug sales is not a victimless crime.
Well, here's why I disagree with that, and maybe you can think about this for a second. Okay, so a drug addict, in order to maintain their drug use, they usually hurt their families, the people around them. They steal.
That's another
lie.
Crime. Those are other crimes.
Cheat.
Those aren't what I'm talking about. I'm not going to punish
also,
someone for a fictional other crime they haven't committed. I'm only going to focus on the actual crimes we're talking about. Drug use, just the use. If I pick up a thing of whatever and inject it into myself, that act in and of itself has no victim. If I purchase drugs, just the act of purchasing has no victim. If I own drugs, if I have them in my possession, just the act of possession has no victims. Now, we can talk about like theft to get the money or all this other things that encompass that. But all of that stuff exists with alcoholism too. And we're not sitting here criminalizing alcoholism, right? So like it has to be the same across the board. If we want to criminalize drugs for that reason, I say we have to criminalize alcohol for the exact same reason. But we saw how that worked.
Well, the thing is that there's a ripple effect, right?
Same with alcohol.
There's a ripple with alcohol. There's a ripple effect. Drunk drivers kill people.
Yes.
Right. So an alcoholic is not only victimizing themselves, they're victimizing other people.
But we don't say,
actions.
the thing though is we don't say you're drinking, so we're gonna punish you because you might do something in the future, right? We only punish you for drunk driving if you drunk drive. Just like with drugs, you should only be punished for driving while impaired if you're driving while impaired. We shouldn't throw you in jail because there's a possible ripple effect that may be going on. You should only be thrown in jail if you actively commit to me, I think the only way you should be put in anything resembling a prison is if you commit violence and harm to another human being. If you do not do that, there are other forms of paying for crimes that don't resolve being thrown into slave labor camps, such as prisons.
Now, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think a person that is not doing those things should get in trouble. So we are in agreement on that. But I just wanted to bring to attention the ripple effect of using drugs, selling drugs, and how much damage that it does cause for people to know that. I always thought, well, if I didn't sell drugs, somebody's going to do it anyways, right? That was the way I justified it. And a lot of drug dealers do that. They say, well, if I don't sell it to them, somebody else is, right? And the reason why that's going to happen is because there's a very huge monetary value on these drugs because they're illegal. Because they're illegal is what makes them worth so much money. So by decriminalizing it or making them legal, it's just a really hard thing to hash out because there's so many other bad things that come along with it.
Do you know about mandatory minimums?
Yeah, I've been underneath them. I've been sentenced under.
And you think mandatory minimums are okay?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So like if we just talk about let's just talk heroin, right? What is it's federally, it's 5 years minimum if you get caught with heroin?
Yeah, I was sentenced under that law.
Yeah. I think that is grossly, unbelievably corrupt. I don't think we should be punishing people who are addicted. And like I said, Oregon decriminalized all their drugs, and they saw a net positive. They saw people seeking out help more. There are other countries that have done this, and people have sought out help rather than just spend their whole lives struggling with addiction. People who are addicted know they're well, they might not admit it, but deep down they know they're addicted, right? They may have a hard time admitting they're addicted, but they know that they're addicted. Yeah. And addicts are willing to get that help when you remove that fear of punishment. They are more willing to seek out the help. Now, I'm not denying what you're saying. Some people absolutely have to hit rock bottom before they can seek that help. They need to get to the bottom of it. But what I want to see is a system that doesn't perpetrate somebody who's going through mental health struggles with further harm and violence. And that's all our system is currently doing.
Yes, I agree. And I actually read a book while I was in prison about the drug laws and how they've reformed them in other countries and how much better they're doing once they decriminalized it or legalized it. And so there is proof of there's a better way. Yeah, well, I don't disagree with what you're saying when it comes to decriminalizing and trying to get people help than just throwing them in prison. I agree with that. But I also just wanted to say that I take accountability for the things that I did and know that I actually helped destroy people's lives by selling this poison to people. And I feel really bad to know that, when people came to me and they're like, oh, I don't have the money to pay. I always thought that I was this good drug dealer that was like, all right, you don't have to pay me. You got to buy groceries for your kids and stuff like that. And I would even take groceries to people's houses and give them food so they could have food for their children. But, what I was doing was just, when I did those things, I thought I was being a good person, but I was just hurt. I was hurt myself for doing these things and knowing how wrong it was So I figured if I did these types of things, that it would make me a better person. It's just like the dope dealer that goes down into the hood and brings a truck full of turkeys for all the kids during Thanksgiving. You know, they're giving all these turkeys and they're thinking they're being this great person, but really they're just helping destroy their mother's lives. Their mother would have money to buy the turkey if she wasn't selling her soul for the, you know. So I just want to take responsibility and know that, you know, these people are not, to me, it's not a victimless crime, because people victimize themselves when they're on drugs.
So here's the thing. When we talk about victimless crimes, you can't be the victim, right? Like, victimless crimes specifically speak about whether you did harm to another human.
You can victimize yourself.
You absolutely can, but like, what victimless crimes means is that there's no other person that you're harming, right? We don't like, you shouldn't be able to go to jail for harming yourself. Like, that's just kind of that to me would be an even bigger overstep. We have to recognize that the reason why the government does not legalize drugs, the reason why, even though multiple countries, even though Oregon, even though all these places have seen a net positive, the reason why the American government doesn't do it, the reason why mandatory minimums still exist, the reason why all this is happening is because the federal prison system is a $70 billion a year industry, and drug users make up 41% of our prison population. They don't want these people getting help. They want them to go to prison so they have very cheap slave labor to make a bunch of money.
You know, and knowing personally and being in prison myself, like, I did 10 years in federal prison, so I know what you're talking about. And so you're right. I saw so many, federal prison is reserved for, it should be reserved for high profile crimes and cases. People selling, like, kingpins and things like that. I sold drugs. Go. Okay, and so what happens is I saw so many low-level drug addicts in federal prison. So I know completely what you're saying. And these people are in there doing 10, 20 years, mandatory minimum sentences. So I definitely agree we need to resolve that. And that's one thing that Trump did, actually. He reversed a lot of the things. It wasn't just him, but he signed the bill.
He actually less people got out under the 4 years of Trump than got out under Obama. Oh, there's a spider over on my wall. I'll leave you for now, you son of a bitch. When we look at like how many people got out of prison under presidents, Trump's like, I'm pretty sure Biden released more people in his first 2 years than Trump did in his entire 4. And the big bulk of releases in Trump's was because a lot of low-level offenders got out due to COVID, because like prisons had to let people go because they couldn't keep all of them because of the health and safety risk. Let me pull up the exact numbers.
Well, I will tell you this, that during the once Trump signed that bill, I was in prison, and I watched many people walk out the door that didn't think they were going home for 7-8 years.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he didn't. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying it was less.
The time that I've seen people walk out of prison early in that mass effect.
Yeah, like Obama saw there was a 10% decrease in inmates under Obama, federal inmates under Obama, and a 5% under Trump. And like I said,
just you're using, like, what does that mean though? That's not. We're talking about the drug laws, like just a decrease in inmates. What does that mean? That could be all kinds of things.
Sure, but most of the time when presidents like release prisoners, it's drug offenses. Obama released, I want to say, I have to try to remember this.
How about you look up how many people the president pardoned to get out of prison for drug offenses? That's personal people that he actually let loose himself, and compare those two.
Yeah, so when we look at presidential pardons, Obama had 1,927 presidential pardons over his entire presidency. So even if we half that by like 4 to give him a fair fight against Trump, what's half of 1,900? I can't do math.
Half of
950. So even if we give Obama half of that because we just want to compare 4 to 4. That's 900 people he pardoned. Donald Trump pardoned 237. Now I'll give this to this is just pardons in general. Like, this is just the people he's pardoned. Like, Obama pardoned way more people than Trump even got close to. I will give Trump this. Trump has pardoned way more people than Biden. Biden's only pardoned 78.
Yeah.
But Obama saw a massive... Like, Obama pardoned a fuckload of people. So I think it's unfair to say that, like, Trump did this major step for prisoners. I won't give him nothing, right? But he didn't do what he said he was going to do. Like, he said, "Oh, I'm against for-profit prisons," but he had his hand dipped in the pot of some, and that's why. And for-profit prisons still exist. But yeah,
For-profit prisons exist because of Trump.
No. I'm just saying he didn't get rid of them. Like, he said he was against them, but they still exist. But
there's become like a need for them in some ways because they've, unless they like change the laws and just pardon a bunch of people, there's people that are under sentences that have to be housed, and so they've created a need for them on purpose, I believe. But,
it's 100% on purpose. It's because the government contracts out to for-profit prisons and makes a buttload of money. 8% of our total prison population is in for-profit prisons. That's 8% of 2 million is 16,000, I think. Right? 8% of 2 million would be 16,000. So not a lot of people. Or is it? Yeah, it's 16. It's 16,000. So not a lot of people. But the fact that those 16,000 produce the same amount of money, because both the federal and for-profit prison systems both make about $70 billion a year. So the fact that that 16,000 people can make as much money as 2 million people in a year scares the fuck out of me. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, I'm sorry, 160,000. Thank you, Hannah. Still terrifying. That's still a scary number.
The most terrifying.
Yeah, why did I say 16,000? That's so stupid.
The most terrifying is the juvenile private prisons, and they're actually having judges.
But you know what's crazy?
Send people to those.
Because you're right about that, and those judges absolutely deserve to get taken down. But what's crazy is while those judges go to jail, the companies that were perpetrating these human rights violations on children still exist, still operating, still making billions of dollars a year. Make it make sense.
Yeah, it's horrible. I believe that our prison system and our judicial system needs a huge overhaul. I don't disagree with that. I don't believe that abolishing police is the answer, but yeah. So moving on.
I fully am for abolishment and understand that people are not. It is hard to imagine a world without police because they've so encapsulated our culture for the last 300 years, right? So it's hard to imagine a world without them. But when I specifically talk of abolition, what I want to see is a world where we do not use violence to tackle violence. That's a very broad sense, but like I think that somebody who perpetrates violence, somebody who perpetrates these bigger things, I think that actually, Divas, I'll let you in because I know I just saw that you said you're a criminal justice major. I think that when we're talking about acts of violence committed by people, you can almost always take it back to a systemic reason that's happening and find a point in their life where the system so utterly failed them that they have now been led to this moment.
If I may?
Yeah, go nuts.
Just a little itty-bitty tidbit of a thing, right? From a statistical standpoint, we are capable of understanding that crime is usually tied to one of the few things, right? Poverty being one of the major causes, right? And poverty is usually tied to one of the few things, but one of the major causes being a lack of education, right? Because with a lack of education, you're incapable of getting a job that would put you in a position where you are not poor. So, if we actively wanted to tackle crime as an institution, the first step would be tackling poverty, which would mean you have to tackle education equality, right? If we started tackling these problems at their roots, we would create a world in which police would quite literally be unnecessary. Now, for me as a person, I'm an immigrant. I immigrated to the States about 11 and a half years ago, right? I've had a few instances in which I have interacted with police in the United States of America. Majority of them, I called the cops because I was in danger, and a few of them, I just happened to run into them. And in every single one, I have either been physically or psychologically attacked by an officer. So personally, kick them hoes to the curb. And I say that solely because police are only.
What?
Sorry, can you hear me? I got a phone call. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. What I was saying was, police are only useful, right, in certain situations, right? I'm not gonna say if somebody walks into a building with a weapon and goes ta, let's not call police. Eh, in some cases, maybe the police would be the best people to call, right? But respectfully, if like my house gets broken into, I would call my insurance company. I'm not calling the police because the crime's already been committed, and statistically, they don't solve these crimes. I would be better
No.
off calling Ghostbusters.
Yeah, those crimes are very hard to solve.
Typically a
fine.
13% solve rate for
But
violent crime.
some of them are solved.
And then also, if you take into account when we say that 13% solve rate, if we were to actively break that down, what percentage of people do you see getting those crimes solved for them? I'm going to tell you this: it's more than likely not people who make just a basic middle income in America, nor people of color.
Did you know that when it comes to the solve rate on that, right? Did you know also the people that are committing those crimes end up doing anywhere from 50 to 100 of them before they're caught?
You mean like breaking and entering?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm aware.
So if they catch 13% of them and that person's committed 100 of them, it changes that statistic a little bit.
Not really.
Yeah, it does.
Right? Because
so
understand,
if that person committed 100 crimes, right?
Because here's something that we can do, right? And this is coming, like I said, I'm actively studying criminal justice in college right now, and I plan on going to law school afterwards. It's all very exciting, right? But something that we can tell, thanks to things like forensics and detectives, right? We are capable of understanding crime trends, right? So when a crime looks like it's being committed by more than likely the same perpetrator, we will file those crimes underneath one specific crime list, right? So instances in which we go, oh, let's say 150 crimes were breaking and entering, right? If out of those 150 crimes, one person is believed to commit, let's say 75 of them, right? We are filing 75 of those crimes under that person, right? And it will count for that idea of a person. They'll be like, these
Well, that doesn't make sense because you don't know it was that person. You don't know it was that one person.
Like I said, that's why I said we can come to the conclusion that there is a possibility that it was that person, right? Which is why the more frequently a crime happens and it looks like it's being perpetuated by the same person, the more likely police are to look into said crime. Does that make sense?
I don't know where you're getting those numbers from. Like, I don't understand.
I'm literally just explaining this to you from like a basic CJ perspective. Okay, let me break it down just a little bit further. Right? Say in your neighborhood, right, your house gets broken into. Okay, and in the process of breaking into your house, the robber cuts a circle in your window, reaches their hand in, opens the window, comes into your house, steals something, and leaves. You find out, you call the cops, right? And then 2 days later, someone breaks into your neighbor's house, right? And on their back window, there's a circle cut in the glass, The window was a point of entry. Something was stolen and then they left. And then that same motive of entry happens for 4 other people in your neighborhood. And then 6, and then 10, and then 20, and then 50. We can infer that more than likely it is the same person committing these crimes.
Sure.
Based on the evidence that we see. So we will file that crime under one perpetrator. Now, seeing as these crimes are rising, and we are assuming that one person is perpetuating these crimes at an alarming rate, police are more likely to look into that specific crime. As opposed to someone snatching your window, running into your house, grabbing the TV and leaving. And then that never happens in that same manner to anyone again. Right? A one-off crime compared to a crime that's repeatedly happening, the crime that's repeatedly happening is more likely to be looked into. This is assuming that they even solve that crime.
Which it should be.
They don't.
Which it should be more looked into, because that's the person that's habitually offending. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And that's fine. And I don't disagree with that sentiment, right? But if we look at policing solve rate in general, as to all the crimes that they see, which means the crimes that they see frequently happening to the crimes that they see happening every once in a while, it's a 13% solve rate.
Right, but what if there's no solve rate?
13% to no solve rate, honestly.
Another thing that I don't understand: why are you going into criminal justice and law when you want to get rid of the whole thing that you're speaking of?
I'm going into criminal justice and law for 3 reasons. Number 1, the legal system in America is one of the few places in which you can make serious bank. And if there's one thing I'm doing, it's securing that generational wealth. That's 1. 2, plain and simple, the criminal justice system is effed as it relates to how it literally treats Black people. And I will be damned if I see that I am good at something, right? And it's something that I enjoy doing, and I can make a change, right? And put somewhat of an effect towards helping people who look like me from being attacked and destroyed by the system, and then doing nothing. That's 2. And then 3, I would actively like to work towards dismantling majority of the legal system as it exists and rebuilding it into something better.
Yeah, well,
that's why I'm becoming a lawyer.
One thing that I disagree with,
I would like to sue the U.S. government.
Like when it comes to your speech, I would just wish that you would say that our criminal justice system is an atrocity to all people. It's not just It's not just
because when we look at the criminal justice system and how it affects all people, minorities are affected worse, right, than the children of the chalk. They're affected worse than white people.
And can you explain to me how that is?
I can do it. I can do it really. Wait. Can I do it? Because this is a question I love to ask people.
I'm just interested in what you're going to say.
Absolutely. And I want to bring it back to our drug conversation, because this is a huge thing I love to talk about. When we look at the arrest rates for drug abuse, right? White people are arrested for drug abuse crimes. Specifically, I can give you the exact number, 748,874 to Black people's 274,670. Yet, when we look at drug imprisonments by race, Black people make up the majority of our state and federal prison inmates who are in for drug abuse crimes. Now, and my big question, just drug abuse crimes. They're not splitting, but they make up a significant, like it's a disgusting amount compared to their white counterparts. So what I ask is, how come white people are committing the bulk of the offenses but not serving the bulk of the sentences?
Well, I think a lot of that
It's such a good question.
Well, this is my opinion on that. I know from personal experience, I'm white, and I know I've been involved in the drug game, and I've been to prison for it. And I think more people of color sell drugs than white people. I really do. Per capita.
But we
Per
just told
capita.
you that statistically, that is not the case. I mean, would you like
No.
me to pull up the
You said
FBI's
you said
UCR?
drug offenses, right? What is
Drug offenses, drug
13% of the
sales.
pop?
Okay, before you make that statement about 13% of the population, 50% of the crimes, that statement has been proven to be incorrect on
No,
multiple
I didn't
cases.
say
Also,
that. I
that
didn't.
statement has been
First of all, I
used.
didn't say
Oh
that.
no,
You finished my
I'm just letting
sentence.
you know.
You
I'm
finished
just
my
letting you
sentence.
know.
Just
I didn't
I'm
say
just
that.
letting.
wait, just really quick. White people and black people sell drugs at about the same rate. That's
Thank
directly
you.
from the FBI as well, the FBI crime stats.
Play.
So is like, how are you getting that number? Like, what do you mean? At the same
The
rate?
Uniform Crime Report.
We take it by arrests. So they're
Okay,
arrested
so-
for They're arrested for selling drugs at about the same rate.
Okay. And they don't go to prison?
They go to prison significantly more than their white counterparts.
Okay. Does that take into account criminal history?
Yes, this takes into
Because-
account socioeconomic backgrounds.
No, criminal history.
That's what socioeconomic backgrounds.
That's part of socioeconomic backgrounds.
It's prison history mixed with like your wealth, mixed with where you're from. All of those
I'm
things.
talking about conviction history. Like,
Yes,
how
all of
many
those
times
things.
you've been
All of
convicted
those,
of a
all
crime.
of those things are taken into account when we look at someone's social. You wouldn't compare someone's socioeconomic background of like someone who's been to prison multiple times with someone who hasn't been to prison multiple times. So
Well, why
even
would you
when
add in? I'm talking about, why would you add in socioeconomic background?
Because that's what socioeconomic background means.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That means that what does that mean? Define that for me then. It doesn't mean how
I'm
many
sorry.
times you've been convicted of a crime.
Yes, it does.
How?
It's your. Okay, I would really
Explain
like.
that to
I
me.
want to ask this question, right? And if your answer to this is what I think it is, it's completely fine. Do you like understand some of the terms that are being used here?
Socioeconomic
And if you don't, that's
background.
completely fine.
That's why I'm asking you to define that for me, because I don't see how socioeconomic background has anything to do with
Do you
prior
know what that
conviction.
means?
well, hold on. Let's break down the word, right? So you have socio, which is social, which your social
Right.
background would include whether or not you have been to prison. You have economic,
No.
which yes, it does.
How?
Your socioeconomic status speaks towards like the I believe quite literally the definition would be your sociological combined total measure of a person's work experience, individual experience, economic access and resources, and social position in relation to others. So that means literally every aspect of your life, including your criminal history.
Well, I just want
The
to tell you
location
this.
in which you live in.
I just want to tell you this. I've been involved in the criminal justice system more than probably either one of you have. I've seen it. I've been in the jails. I've been in the courts. I've seen it all with my own eyes.
Me too.
Okay,
I mean,
and I've seen,
not as a
and
person.
I've been in the jail where you see, I've been in there, right, for a nonviolent crime, and I would see where they would go and round up all the guys off the streets selling crack. Okay, I'd be in the jail cell. I'd watch that person come in and out of the jail 3 or 4 times
Okay.
in the amount of time that I'm sitting there
Do
for
you
the
see
same
how
thing.
we
For
are
the same
speaking-
thing.
I'm sorry. Do you see how we are speaking towards statistics that affect the entire nation, and you are speaking from a purely anecdotal perspective? Now, mind you, I am not discrediting your anecdotal experiences because they are important, right? But not as that relates to every white person and every black person in America.
Here's
No
the thing:
time.
if you don't commit the crime, you don't do the time. Some
That's
people
actually untrue because
people get rounded up. Yes, some people
2
are
to
rounded
10
up
that
and they're
50%
innocent.
exoneration rate.
2 to 10% of people in prison at any given time are innocent. That comes directly from the National Bureau of Exoneration. That means at any given time, 40,000 to 200,000 people are innocent in the federal prison system. So this idea that like do the crime, do the time, it's not true.
So,
And then
so
also,
why
like,
are
if
all
we
those
quite
people?
literally, I'm so sorry, if we
Where
quite
do you
literally,
get that from? I don't understand where you're getting those
Dusty,
numbers from.
Those are given directly from the National Bureau, or what is it, the National Exoneration Rate?
yes.
Like we
The
take that
national
based on.
exoneration rate also speaks towards there's a fact that black people make up 50% of the total exonerations in the United States of America. That's black people out of every single racial group in America. But also,
Yeah, they're
if we
like
look at, like,
80% of the
I'm so sorry,
prison
I'm so sorry,
population too,
I'm
almost.
speaking. I'm speaking. Thank you. Right. Also, if we quite literally, because I pulled up the FBI's uniform crime report, and yes, that is by capita. Before you asked me, um, I'm looking at like the crimes that are being arrested for, right?
Mm.
We're looking at great robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny and theft, motor vehicle theft, arson, violent crime, property crime, other assaults, forgery and counterfeiting, fraud, embezzlement, stolen property, buying, receiving, possessing, vandalism, weapons carrying and possessing, and etc. Right? And for the most part, white people lead in all of these crimes, and yet statistically there are more black people in jail. How does that work if we know that white people are committing the most crimes, right? Because I'm looking at it right now, and I can, because like I'm a big believer in proving what I speak, right? Because I can show it to you right here. This is the FBI's uniform crime report as of 2019. It's the most recent one they have out right now. But we know for a fact that white people are committing the most amount of crime. So let's say um, robbery, right? uh, white people commit, I believe, 25,143. Okay, out of the 56,305 robberies that were committed, that were arrested for in 2019, there was white people. Let's go to violent crime, right? Out of 355,244, white people commit a whopping 209,848. That is 59.1%, right? Let's go to embezzlement. Out of
Why are you just saying white people?
9,886.
Let's hear what the black one is.
Okay, for violent crime, black people make up 129,346, which is 36.4%. So statistically, white people are still
Okay,
committing
but look at the
more crimes.
population difference. There's 50% of the
I'm so sorry.
population is
Did you not
white,
ask for
and
the question of per
13% is
capita?
black. 13% of the
Did you not ask
population is
for the
committing
conversation
almost.
of per capita?
Did you? Huh?
Did you not ask for the conversation of per capita? Were those not your words? The
You said
individual.
139% or 139,000 violent crimes, right?
I said 355,244.
For what?
Right, is the total. Okay? And of that total, 209,848 were white people that were
Right.
arrested for those crimes, and 129,346 were black people. Now, my
Uh,
question becomes, okay, if we see here that white people are being arrested for these crimes, right, because they are committing them more, according to these statistics at least, right, they're being arrested more for these crimes.
right.
I'm not speaking towards like the amount of white people, because sure, if there's more people, there'll be more crimes committed, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. But if we see for a fact that more white people are being arrested for these crimes, why are there not more white people in jail for these crimes?
How do you find that out?
Again, I take it back to drug use. When we look at drug abuse crimes, white people committing drug abuse violations 748,874, black people 274,670. White people commit over 50% of all drug abuse violations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, when we look at the incarceration rates for drug offenses, white people only make up 20% of the prison population for drug offenses. Black people make up
Which is
40%.
interesting.
White people commit over
Because,
half of drug
I,
offense violations.
I think the
right,
issue that you're
it
having with
doesn't
that
make
is
sense to me.
the issue you're having with that is, right? And I understand what you're saying, but do you know that most drug abuse offenses
Oh, God.
are handled without going to jail? no matter what race
Yes.
you are. You don't
For
go to jail
white people.
on your first drug offense. You don't go to jail. Right?
Hold on, stop. Hold on. I'm asking you a very simple question.
And do a prison term.
Hold on, I'm asking you a very simple question. If white people commit over half of all drug offenses, why do they only make up 20% of people imprisoned for drug offenses?
I just told you why.
That wasn't an answer to the question.
I'm telling you why. Okay, this is why. This is why I believe, because when it comes to the drug offenses, you don't go to jail on your first drug offense. You don't do a prison term the first time you're caught with drugs. You literally get probation, right?
I'm sorry. You're still dancing around the question that was asked to you, because we didn't detail this specifically to first offenders. We said in total. We're talking first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Well,
9th,
you have
12th,
to put that in there.
27th. Okay.
You have to put that in there.
You are choosing a specific aspect of drug offenses.
You're choosing a specific number based on.
We said
there's other variables
drug
involved.
offenses.
There's other variables involved why people go to prison.
Did you hear what we said? All drug offenses. So that's from 1st to 5th to 27th, right? White people make up the vast majority. And yet, when it comes to people being prosecuted for these crimes and sent to jail, they make up the vast minority. We can also take into account the fact that we quite literally are aware that when it comes to drug crimes and sentencing, black men are statistically more likely to be judged harsher for the exact same crime than their white counterparts. Why?
I don't believe that's true, but
that's a fact.
But the thing is, you guys are literally cherry picking numbers here.
No,
the reason why I say that,
you the numbers.
Listen, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I believe there's something different involved there, and why you guys are being brainwashed.
Racism.
You guys are being brainwashed.
Now it's the brainwash. Okay, please.
I'm serious. The reason why I say that is, listen, I have been there. I've been in prison. Listen, have you actually seen the system working from within inside it?
How the system affects. I have seen the system work, and I'm telling you, it is bad. And this is coming from a person who has not only witnessed it, but is actively studying it on a collegiate level. It is bad. The system is corrupt and broken.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%, but it affects us all equally. I believe that.
People of color. Why is this such a hard thing to understand?
It doesn't affect us equally.
I believe it does.
It fully does. If it affected us equally, the numbers would all be even across the board, but they're not.
Do I believe that in high crime areas there's more saturation of police and more investigations done in high crime areas? Yes.
Okay, can you explain to me over? Like, I'm gonna try and break this down, right? I'm gonna try and break.
This is the main problem that you have when it comes to white people are arrested more. The fact that they're arrested more is true. I agree with that.
Okay, so why aren't they prosecuted more?
They are prosecuted.
Okay, here's my thing. You understand that white people are arrested more.
They are prosecuted. Do you know that there's like a 90% conviction rate?
I'm going to break this into bite-sized pieces for you. The same way I would break this.
Wait, hold on, Davis. Hold on, Davis. Finish what you were going to say, Matt. Finish what you were going to say.
What I'm saying is white people are prosecuted. When they get arrested, they're prosecuted.
You said there's a what percent clearance rate?
There's like a 90% conviction rate on crimes.
Okay, so that just leads me to my question again. If they're arrested for 70% of drug violations, why are only 20% of them serving time if there's a clearance rate of 90%?
Okay, and I'm going to tell you why. Why? I'm not going to tell you the exact reason because I haven't dug into it deep enough, but I will tell you this. They're convicted, a drug conviction for, let's say, possession of marijuana or possession of cocaine or possession of heroin or whatever it might be. The first time that you're arrested for that, you're not going to jail. You're going to be convicted, but you're going to get put on probation. Correct? Would you agree with that?
For heroin? Heroin has a mandatory minimum. You're not going on probation for heroin.
Yeah, no,
it does not have a
heroin says
mandatory minimum.
Heroin
Yes,
has...
yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Heroin has a mandatory minimum for possession.
Of what?
Hold
One
on, let me
second,
pull it
please.
up.
There is not a mandatory minimum for possession of heroin. Are you talking about federally or statewide? 'Cause
We've
it's
been
different
talking
in
about
each state.
federally this whole time. Possession of 100 grams of heroin is punished by a mandatory minimum sentence of 5
100
years.
grams, dude. That's enough heroin to kill 1,000 people.
Possession of 100 grams of heroin is 5 years. A kilo is 10 years. For cocaine,
Yeah, I was
5
sentenced under that law. I was under possession of over 100 grams of heroin, and I got sentenced to over 5 years. I got 10 years for it.
Okay, here's my thing, right? Play. The criminal justice system saw that you were doing something wrong, and she put you in jail. Cool. Okay? Now, what about, because you're part of the 20% of white men who were placed in jail for their crimes. Heard. What about, okay, the other 70% of the 90% of white men who were arrested for these crimes, right? And let's even say we're removing first-time offenses, right? If I was to say just off the top of my dome, right? Let's say another 10% were first-time offenders. Cool, right? Cool. What about the other 60%? Why ain't those hoes in jail? Why aren't they serving the same amount of jail time as black men who commit the exact same crimes as them? With the same amount of criminal background history as it relates to possession, right? Because here's the thing that we know for a fact. If a white man and a black man who get the crime of possessing heroin twice, right? This is the third time, right? Both go in, right, to a judge with 100 grams, right? A white man will statistically get a lesser sentence than him. We know this. It's fact. So what math ain't mathing here?
I'm going to tell you what math ain't mathing. You need to look into it because it's not making sense to you.
This is my focus of study. It makes sense.
It needs to make sense to you. So make it make sense to you.
You're the one who doesn't.
Is what I'm trying to make. You have to look into it deeper.
Racism affects sentencing.
You're looking at a number. You're looking at a number. You're looking at a number that says 700,000, 300,000. This many people are in prison, right? But you're not taking into account other variables.
We just did other variables.
No, you didn't.
Wait, here's a question. How would I look into these other variables? Would I have to separate people by what? We'd have to look at how much money they make, where they come from,
no,
if they've been to jail,
to do
things
with how
like that.
Much money you make. Well, it does have something to do with how much
so
money you make.
Money
because money does matter because I'm going to tell you why money matters. If you don't have money to hire an attorney and do the talking for you and fight for you, yeah, the chances of you getting convicted on a stiffer sentence is much higher, 100%.
So we would have to look up people by their economic status and probably their status socially too. So almost their socioeconomic background.
These are variables that mean something.
So
having a hired attorney, not a court-appointed defender that doesn't work for you, they work for the state, really.
Can I ask you a question?
Also, you need to look into prior
Okay.
criminal history,
You
because
said
the penalty
attorney?
stiffens as
Okay,
you
prior
get
criminal
convicted
history.
and convicted and convicted. So all of these things are variables that need to be involved in your assession of what's going on here.
Okay.
You can't just
I
cherry
wonder
pick a
why.
number.
All right. Here's
I
my
wonder
question.
why black people aren't able to afford lawyers at the same rate as white people.
Listen. Before
I wonder
we
what the
even
reason
get
might
into
be.
that conversation, right? I want to ask: is there anything else that you would actively say counts as one of these things that we need to look into? You said attorney, whether it's a state attorney or attorney that you paid for, right? Prior criminal history. Is there anything else? Because I would like to make an analogy, and I want to make sure I have everything. Are those the only two you want to look into, or is there one more you want to add? I'm a big fan of odd numbers.
Well, I think there's probably other variables that I may be overlooking, but
attorney.
Yep.
Okay, but let's say for the sake of this analogy, right? We're going to utilize the two variables you gave me, right? Now, we have a black man and a white man who both have state-appointed attorneys and exactly the same prior criminal history, right?
Okay.
They both go before a judge. We know from a statistical standpoint, the black man is more likely to spend more time in jail than his white counterpart. Why is that?
I guess it depends on the judge too. You know, the judge has something to do with it too. And there are biases with judges. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
The answer is racism, because black people are by the criminal justice system, which is the point that
you're cutting out.
Davis, you're breaking up a little bit, buddy.
You just conceded to your own point that in fact white people and black people are not treated the same. Racism.
You're right. I've seen white people. Hold on. Let me share a story. Let me share. Can I share a story with you?
I'm sorry because I'm still talking. I'm sorry because I'm still talking. You can share your story when I'm done, please. Because as an ADHD girly, every time you interrupt me, it causes me physical. Okay, we see that there is an actual discrepancy in the treatment of white men by the criminal justice system compared to black men. And then when we play that on the grander scale of black people and white people, just in America, we see that even when white people boast of a specific crime, they are not being sent to jail for it. It is in fact black people. And we also see that black people are exonerated at a statistically much higher rate than everybody else. So that means we can infer, using common sense and deduction, the criminal justice system is a farce. Does that make sense? And that was a yes or no question.
Yes, that makes sense.
Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations. You are starting to understand systemic racism. Damn.
Can I share with you an experience I had as well?
Sure. Let's hear the story and our experience.
I'm up for parole. This is in Michigan, by the way. I'm up for parole. I had already served 8 years in prison. I was under a mandatory minimum sentence. So that means you have to do the minimum amount of your time before you can see the parole board. All right? Now, I go in front of the parole board, and they give me a parole.
Right.
Now, as I'm waiting to go home, they call me back, and they say, oh, you have to see the parole board again. I'm like, well, why? So I get in front of the parole board member. There's 4 people sitting there. It's me, and there's 3 other black people there. One black guy is back in prison from a murder charge. He violated his parole for possession of a gun. Okay.
Oh.
He goes in front of the black parole board member and gets his parole back out to the streets. Okay.
Okay.
Now I get in front of the same black parole board member and she takes my parole. I didn't
Okay.
commit another crime. I
Did
did my
she
mandatory
tell you
minimum
why
sentence, and
she took your
she
parole?
takes my parole from me.
And what was her?
So what was her reasoning?
Mm-hmm.
Her reasoning was, I don't believe
Take
that
the parole.
you're, huh?
She can't just take the parole back. There has to be a reason filed, right, to justify her actions.
She said that I'm going to tell you what her reasons was. Her reason was to send me to, part of the condition of my parole is that I enter a substance abuse treatment program, which was out in the streets for 90 days, right?
Play.
Her reason was this. They wanted me to go into a residential within prison because they needed to fill bed spaces in this residential program so they can continue to keep funding for it, right? That's really what happened.
So then is that what you said? That was written down on your paper?
No, her reasoning was I needed to go to this. They said that my drug abuse problem was not bad. Let me finish. Can I finish what I'm saying? So they told me my drug abuse problem was not bad enough to go into this program that was out in the streets, right? So they took my parole and said, you need to go to this inpatient within the prison system. So I'd still be in prison, but it's a program they have in the prison, which is a 6-month program, right?
Okay.
And the one out in the streets was 90 days. So their reasoning was I didn't have enough a bad enough drug problem to go to that program. Okay.
Did they tell you?
So let me finish what I'm saying, please. So what eventually ended up happening was I got a hold of an attorney and we got it squared away. Said, how can you say that this guy doesn't have a bad enough drug problem to qualify for this program, but you're going to send him to a 6-month program, which is longer. If he doesn't have a bad enough drug problem, why are you trying to send him something that's more intense? So they ended up giving me my parole back. But what I'm trying to say is, was I treated fairly in that sense?
All right.
When the guy that was in prison for murder with a gun, got caught with a gun on parole and was released back into the streets.
Do I get to the question?
So it all depends on the personal person who you're dealing with. Is there biases? Yes. Is there systemic racism?
Can I answer your question first? Because you posed the question.
Okay.
I'm gonna say a couple of things, right? First things first, I love the fact, right, that I gave you evidence as to how there is a systemic issue as it relates to the treatment of Black people by the criminal justice system, and you centered yourself by prioritizing your singular white experience with a Black woman, and that automatically speaks to the fact that, oh, yes, now white people are being persecuted. That's one, okay? 2, unless you can give me just flat out factual evidence showing that there was some sort of prejudice against you for being a white man, okay? Personally, I don't want to hear it, right? Because your argument makes no sense, right? Because what I argued, right, was a flat out prejudice against Black people solely for being Black. You're arguing prejudice? On what basis? You being a person who did drugs? No, Sade, honey, you did what you did. It is what it is. Blase, blase, blah. I'm not going to judge you for that because who the fuck am I to do that? Right? But I'm speaking towards a blanketed prejudice against the pigment people. You know, girlies who look like me. And your argument is what? This Black lady was mean to me? That's not racist. That's barely this. You're speaking about an individual.
Is there one law on the books that
so sorry. Can I finish talking? Because I was still talking before you interrupted me. Thank you. I spoke towards a systemic issue, an overarching systemic and systematic problem, right, that is affecting Black people. You yourself admitted to it just a second ago. So where was the disconnect?
Okay, so here we go. So when it comes to biases that people have, do they exist? Yes. Does the criminal laws specifically target Black people?
Yes.
No. They target everybody the same.
Untrue.
Do people enforce those laws differently? Yes.
Did we not just see when we explained the concept of like mandatory minimums as it related to blood crimes?
Hey, I'm talking now. You can cut me off, but
I'm cutting you off because you're flat out lying.
Huh?
I'm cutting you off because you're flat out lying.
How am I lying?
Because you yourself just admitted.
I let you finish.
The criminal justice system.
I let you finish. I let you finish, and now I can't talk. Is that how this is going to work?
Yes. Go ahead, speak.
I'll just let you talk. I'll just be quiet and not say anything.
Speak.
Because I'm trying to have a discourse here, so it's...
You're trying to have a discourse whilst arguing in bad faith and...
I'm not arguing in bad faith. I'm concerned about... I'm concerned about the criminal justice system. I care about people in general.
So you're concerned about the criminal justice system,
I just want to
refuse to admit that the criminal justice system is attacking Black people. Okay, honey, go ahead.
The criminal justice is attacking Black people?
Yes, we just went over this.
Okay, let me take this back a step here. The criminal justice system only attacks people that commit crimes. Correct?
Did we not just have this conversation?
40 to 200,000 people are in jail innocently. So no, it doesn't just affect people who commit crimes.
Because did we not just have this conversation
there's going to be people caught up in that.
Did we not just have this conversation less than 5 minutes ago?
Listen, if you don't commit a crime, the chances of you going to jail are super slim. Super slim. Does it happen? Yes. But that doesn't take away the personal account of people actually committing the crime and going to jail. If you don't commit the crime, you don't go to jail 99.9% of the time.
And for the 70% of white people who commit drug offenses, they're not going to go to jail either. Only 20% of them are going to go to jail. Doesn't matter if they committed a crime or not.
That's absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true, what you stated right there.
Okay,
what are you talking about?
If you commit a crime, if you get caught with drugs, right, you're going to jail.
70%, I can't believe we have to be back here. 70% of the drug abuse crimes are committed by white people, yet white people only 20% of the people in prison for drug abuse crimes are white. Explain that.
We just talked about this, Matthew. I thought you were learning.
No, listen. You're saying what I'm talking about is this. If you commit a crime, whether you're white, whether you're Black, if you get caught with a drug or you get caught selling drugs, you're going to jail. Okay? You might get out on bond. You might go to court and they give you a PR bond, and then you wait, and then you go to court, and then you get probation, right? But you are getting convicted 90% of the time.
Matthew.
Period. I don't care what color you are.
Did we not just sit here and discuss less than now it's about 7 minutes ago, right? How two groups of people, right, who commit, let's say two people commit the exact same crime, right? With the exact same priors and the exact same criminal history. One is white, one is Black. statistically the black man is more likely to spend more time in jail, and then you yourself admitted that there was a bias against the black man, and then we explained how when we play that out on the grander scale that is the criminal justice system, and how it affects white men. I'm so sorry, white men and black men everywhere. You yourself, out of your own mouth, admitted that there was a prejudice and bias against people of color.
There is on a personal basis, but the system is not the problem. The system
is accommodating this treatment of black people. So that means the system is a goddamn problem, Matthew.
Do I believe that the drug laws need to be reformed? Yes. I agree with that 100%.
But Matthew, it's
but
not.
Here's the problem that you're not. Here's the issue. The problem is that these people are committing the crimes. If you do not commit the crime,
at the statistics,
if you do not commit
that they are not committing the crimes.
You are committing the crime.
Why?
You are committing the crime,
Matthew.
If you get arrested,
Matthew.
If you get arrested, you're committing the crime.
Why are 40% of drug crimes, or 40% of people in prison for drugs black, when black people literally only commit 26% of all drug abuse crimes? They only make up 26% of drug abuse arrests, yet they make up 40% of drug abuse prison sentences.
Okay, when you say, listen, here's an issue too also that I need to hash out with you. So you're saying drug abuse, right? What does that entail? Does that entail
drug usage, drug selling,
drug selling? Okay, there we go. Hold on to that thought for a second. Okay, drug selling. Now break that down and see how many people are in federal prison for drug selling. Most people in federal prison
white
for drug
people and
selling,
black people sell drugs at the same rate.
We're talking about federal prison here, right?
Yes.
Is this what we're talking about? Okay.
Matthew.
Okay. Federal crimes, you're looking at federal crimes. Correct?
He's just arguing in bad faith at this point.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
I am being.
You are.
No,
because
I'm not.
We have broken down these statistics.
Because you keep saying drug abuse crimes. You're saying drug abuse crimes.
Denotates
a drug abuse crime could be literally possession, and you're a drug user.
It's possession, selling,
so drug
possession
users
with
don't
intent
do
to sell.
Drug users don't do prison time, dude. You have to be convicted multiple amounts of times to go to prison for drug abuse. Now, when you go to prison for drug sales, that's a different story. So you have to separate those. You have to separate those. You can't combine those. You can't say 700,000 white people go to jail.
Let's say, okay, Matthew,
drug abuse crimes, but a drug abuse crime you don't go to prison for, dude.
Matthew,
that's the thing that you're not understanding.
Matthew, let's say, okay, that we're focusing solely on selling drugs. We know for a fact black people and white people get arrested for selling drugs at statistically the same rate.
Give me that number. Give me that number, since you're saying it. Give me the number.
Yeah, for white people it's like 3%, and for black people it's like 3.5%. Not even.
Statistically, the same rate.
Actually, it's probably lower. It's like 2.1% to 2.1%, or 2.2%.
Thank you. Okay? Statistically, the same rate of arrest. Yet, for the crime of sex, there are more black people in jail than white people when they are arrested at the same rate for the same crime. How does that make sense, Matthew?
I'd have to look into it deeper to find out what's really making sense.
So over the duration of this entire conversation, when we have broken it down for you, giving you statistics, and then giving you the sources to which you can look at these statistics and explain this to you, breaking it down, you have the nerve, the gumption, the sheer caucasity to tell me,
Caucasity?
oh, I have to look into
What
it.
do you mean caucasity? Are you racist?
I mean Caucasian audacity.
I don't understand what you must be racist.
Here we go. When we look at drug trafficking for all drugs, it's
Because of the way you say
24.1% for
white
white people,
and
24.9% for black
caucasity.
people. That's for arrests, not for prison population.
You are a white man in America. You are white.
Why do you say white?
Because I
Why do
am
you
an
say it like
immigrant.
that?
Because I am an immigrant, right? And I have an accent. So how I say certain words will sound differently than how you say certain words. Matthew.
No, that sounds derogatory the way you're saying it.
Matthew, I was literally born and raised in Nigeria for half of my life. Immigrated to the state. If I want to speak to you in a Nigerian accent, you are a white man.
Okay.
Is that better for you? Is it working now? Because now you want to nitpick.
No, I'm just asking. I just wanted clarification because that's somehow
because
some people
literally
say
at the
derogatorily. You explained it. I understand now. I understand now.
Immigrant. Not all people sound the damn same, Matthew.
No, I agree with that, but you do know that some people use that in a derogatory way.
What?
When they say that?
You are white. Are you not white, Matthew? Are you not a Caucasian?
Why are you so mad? I asked you a question.
I'm not mad, Matthew. If I was mad with you, I promise you, you would know. I promise you, you would know. So please, do not misconstrue my passion for a subject, because that is a microaggression.
I understand your compassion. I do.
I didn't say.
I understand your compassion for a subject. I understand it.
Matthew, I don't think how the English.
What's that?
I don't think you.
Well, you're cutting out. I can't hear you.
I don't think you understand how the English language works.
I don't.
Solely because everyone else in the comment section heard me say passion, yet you heard compassion, and then you utilize the word compassion in that sentence. And then also you said my accent was derogatory. And then at the beginning of this conversation, you couldn't understand socioeconomic. I think, honestly, I think what's going on here is that you just don't understand certain terminologies, right? And that's fine. Not everybody knows everything. Well,
first of all,
me, but stay safe out there.
You're cutting out.
And that's okay.
You're cutting out, so I couldn't hear.
Then that must be you and your AT&T Wi-Fi, because everyone else seems to hear me clearly.
So you're saying that you weren't cutting out? You were cutting out.
The people in the comment sections heard me, Matthew, so that's you and your
Okay,
Wi-Fi.
that's fine. That's fine.
Call
I made a mistake.
AT&T.
Is it okay for a person to make a mistake?
Girl, you and this 0.5G Wi-Fi going to be the death of me. Let me make something very clear.
Dude, I don't have 5G Wi-Fi.
I said 0.5G.
No, listen, I'm on my house Wi-Fi. 0.5Gs. That's your Wi-Fi, not connecting properly.
No, honey, because the people in the comment section are hearing me. The people in the comment section are hearing me. Jovan is hearing me. You're the only one who's not hearing me. So
listen, you said you're cutting out several times. You've been cutting out all kinds of times.
You must be on the extremely cheap plan of the AT&T Wi-Fi service, and that's fine. I don't care about your Wi-Fi. I don't give a damn about your Wi-Fi. Right?
You obviously do. You're the one that mentioned it.
I'm more than willing to. But this is ridiculous. We broke down these entire concepts to you 4 times, because I counted.
Yeah, but I'm not just going to take... See, I'm what you call a critical thinker. I'm what you call a critical thinker.
I'm going to need you to do me a favor, and if you cannot be quiet while I'm speaking, hold your lips shut. Because I have broken down this concept to you alongside Jovan 4 times. You yourself admitted to the concept of how there was racism. You admitted to it. So my question
there's racism. I would not admit to that. That's the truth. There's racism in the world today.
I don't understand. I don't understand this. You admitted.
Do I think it's systemic? Do I think it's systemic?
racism.
No. I think there's personal racism. I think there's people that discriminate against other people. Yes, I do agree with that.
Racism.
Do I believe it's systemic?
Denotates a system. What the F is the personal? I don't understand. I don't get it. If 2 + 2 is 4 and 5 + 5 is 10, what the actual F was that?
Sid, why are you out here blocking people?
I don't.
You need to ask me first. Don't just go block happy.
I don't get it. I don't understand. My brain is like literally pulsing. I can feel it from the side of my head right now. Like, are you okay, Matthew?
That's pretty wild. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's always the same thing when you provide them with facts. They go, well, I think your facts are misleading, or your facts are, you need to look at whether they've been to prison. We have. Okay, but now you need to look at whether they have money. We have.
Like, I really don't understand. Because I asked him for what he believed that his, like, determining factors that we needed to look into were. He said that the access to a lawyer and criminal history. But we've looked into both of those, and we still see the discrepancies.
It's pretty insane. There's a bunch of other people in the box. Does anybody in the box want to disagree with any of the topics? This shit is fucking
I would
nuts.
like to ask, if you're disagreeing, please disagree with common sense. Because my head hurts just a smidge.
You're always
And my
cherry
eyes have been
picking.
twitching for almost an hour.
Well, we're just cherry picking, apparently.
Yo, hello, could you hear me?
We can.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, I want to break down why, like, less of the white people go to jail for the drug offense.
Tell me that.
So, like, when white people get arrested, it's usually, like, they're at a party, they have some white powder, and, things get out of hand and they get arrested. But in certain urban communities I drive through, like in Philadelphia, in the Bronx and stuff like that, I see them hanging out there, and they're the ones who are going to be selling it more than using it. And
White people and black
sorry.
people sell drugs at the same rate. When we look at the race of drug trafficking offenders per race, 24.1% of all people arrested for drug trafficking, which is selling of any kind, that's what they put it under. They are 24.1% of all the people arrested for that. Black people only make up 24.9% of all people arrested for drug trafficking. So no, it's not that more black people are arrested for dealing. Try again.
And then also, use the Bronx. I'm so sorry. I'm
first
speaking
offense
thing.
also,
You use
and
the
they're
Bronx.
usually caught
You
with an
use the Bronx
unregistered
as your
weapon.
example.
That's usually what happens. Because if you're in that life,
and
that's going to get you a mandatory of 5 years, and that's
you use the Bronx as your
with the other
example.
stuff.
Since
Where
we're
white
speaking
people
from
will
anecdotals, this is coming from a New York City girl who frequents the Bronx. The people I see on the corner selling a little something something are caucus men, like I'm assuming yourself.
Oh, are you a woman?
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure. Are you?
That's what I am. A material girl. Pronouns he, him, they, them.
Do you think the problem is when you go to court, you start like acting all like the host? If he went to court, he would be acting like a rational human being.
Right.
So would I. So would Matthew. Where if you went to court, you'd be yelling at the judge about this and you don't know where I'm from and all this.
Can I please respond to this?
And then the judge isn't going to like you.
Okay.
And that's also a factor.
Then let me speak to you.
You guys are entitled.
Who's entitled? Who's you guys? Who's you guys?
No.
Who's entitled? Say the. Go ahead and keep saying the quiet part out loud, my G.
Who's
Anyone
no? Because like we want to go with macroaggressions. Okay, that's not a problem. Okay, then let me
when
speak
you
to you.
said
Let me
white
speak to you
people
in my
get
professional
arrested
tone.
just at the same
You
time.
are a sad, miserable, ignorant little boy who came up here with no statistics whatsoever, and it's factually wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm still speaking, so please close your lips until I am done. You utilize anecdotal experiences to speak towards a systemic issue. I then utilize the same anecdotal experiences to speak towards a systemic issue. And you were wrong. My father literally just dropped me off at school less than a week ago. You ignorant fool.
I put him in timeout so you can
Just
continue.
sent me a care package. My mother just sent me a care package less than a few days ago. So please do not speak towards my parents, right? Because my daddy and I are best friends, right? And my mama is my homegirl. Now, if you want me to speak to you in the calm, patronizing tone of the Caucasian male, with pleasure, I can do that for you. Let me get a chair. I believe that you are, in fact, one of the most ignorant people I have ever conversed with. You came into a conversation about a systemic issue and spoke from an anecdotal experience. I then spoke from an anecdotal experience, and then what did you do? You used a macroaggression to speak to me. What makes you think that's okay?
If you're done, Davis, I muted him so you could finish.
You can let him speak now, because I would actually like to understand that. Because just because I decide to speak with a little oomph in my step doesn't mean I can't sit down, speak properly, and tell you that you're ignorant.
All right. Well, can we talk about what's glorified in the black community, like in hip hop music?
Also in rock music, also in heavy metal music, also in country music. You want to bet? You want to bet? You want to bet?
Did no one
like skateboard? It's not like advertising. Let's go unalive people and sell narcotics like rap music.
Let's see. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is literally about drugs. White Rabbit is literally about drugs. Sister Morphine's about drugs. Mary Jane's Last Dance is about drugs. Gold Dust Woman is about drugs. Purple, well, I'll count that as Jimi Hendrix, so I won't even give you that one. Sweet Leaf by Black Sabbath is about drugs. Weezer has a song called We Are All On Drugs. Journey to the Center of the World about drugs. White Lines about drugs. Drugs or Me about drugs. Eric Clapton had a whole song called Cocaine about drugs.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a crime. Just like if you get
so why bring it up for black people?
You're only hurting yourself.
So why did you bring it up for black people? We're glorifying it, but you're not, right?
No,
we're glorifying it, you're not glorifying
it. People. I'm talking about like going out with a weapon and doing something like that. Like if you want to, smoke, that's fine. I'm talking about going in there and glorification of unalive.
Great. Let's do this one too. Hold on. We're going to do this one too. Hold on. Overkill has a song called Killing for a Living, right? Sodom has a song called The Art of Killing Poetry. Typo Negative has a song called Life is Killing Me. Metallica has a song called Killing Time. Rage Against the Machine has a song called Killing in the Name. Megadeth has a song called Killing is My Business and Business is Good. Right? Judas Priest has a song called Killing Machine. Dio has a song called Killing the Dragon, and Black Sabbath has a song called Killing Yourself to Live. So it seems like music in general is glorifying killing. So try another one, my G.
Well, no. Because how many of those people have been arrested
like iconic artists?
I can name tons of rappers. YNW
Nirvana had Where Did You Sleep Last Night? That was about murder. Johnny Cash had Delia's Gone. That's about murder. Johnny Cash also had Cocaine Blues, also about murder. How much more? But what black music does? What black music does? What it does, right? The beauty of hip-hop culture, right, is we talk about lived experiences. We talk about what we actually have gone through in the hood. The problems that are systemic and built in the hood. We're not glorifying this life, right? Almost any rapper who raps about gang violence will tell you it's not a fucking glorified thing. You just don't listen past one or two artists that you've probably heard, right? Now, if you look at all of this, and then look at the white people who sing songs about the same thing, right? The white artists who sing songs about the same thing, they haven't experienced that. They're just singing about it because they think it's fun to sing about, right? So don't sit over here. Like, it's not the music, it's not the culture, It's none of that. And you have no proof that it is. All you're doing is being racist.
Okay, even with
if we're looking from a specifically
why are there still more
anecdotal perspective, we can talk about how white artists perpetuate violence.
Wait, hold on, Davis. Hold on, Davis. Did you just ask why there's more white scientists?
Yeah.
Black women are the highest educated people in the field of STEM, but are offered the least amount of STEM jobs in this country. Do you know why there's more white scientists? Because you won't hire black people. Black women are the highest educated group in this country. They receive the highest amount of education, yet hold the least amount of STEM jobs.
Oh, I know.
So don't
all
sit
our
here.
Tax dollars go to these fucking public schools where fucking nothing ever gets fucking done.
I'm so sorry. Actually, public schools are funded by property taxes. Please stop being dumb. Public schools are funded by property taxes. But back to his conversation about like violence being perpetuated by people. I don't know about everybody else. I feel like Before He Cheats by Carrie Underwood definitely promotes domestic violence. She's literally attacking that man.
Gunpowder and lead. Gunpowder and lead.
Gunpowder and lead is another one.
Gunpowder and lead's a bop, though. Gunpowder and lead is a bop.
It is. Did we forget the popular song by Miss Ariana Grande, in which literally at the end of the music video, she murks all of her classmates?
Eminem wrote a whole song, which is just him reenacting trying to kill his wife. Eminem wrote that song. Eminem ain't black.
Isn't that Love the Way You Lie?
Yeah.
No, Kim. His song, Kim.
Just a little sprinkle on top. We can have the conversation about what's the
If you said something
Pumped Up Kicks,
I would be like, oh, probably.
Did we forget about Pumped Up Kicks?
Why can't you guys
Did we forget about Pumped Up Kicks?
Hey, really quick, Christian Jake. When's the last time a black person shot up a school?
Oh, that's a good question.
There was
because Pumped Up Kids had your girl.
Didn't get any press coverage because it doesn't fit the
narrative. Who? Name it. Name the person. Name the kid.
So look it up. I'm sure you'll be able to find out.
All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run. Outrun my what? All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run faster than my what? Danny's got a who? He's been looking for who?
Actually, here's what. Let's do this. Let's look at the number of mass shootings in the United States between 1982 and July 2022 by shooters, race, and ethnicity. And what we find is 70% of them are white.
Okay.
But we have the violent culture. We have the violent culture. We have the violent culture.
Someone for their Jordans.
But we have the violent. You're so racist, dude. You're so racist.
It's
You're so racist.
But I'm racist to white people too. I said that if you look at what
happened, that's you. You are the racist white people.
That's a white thing.
Janie's got a gun. Aerosmith. Janie's got a gun.
Well, having a gun isn't a crime.
It wasn't Janice got a gun. It was Janie.
How about the song Hayloft?
Have a gun.
Where the girl sings about, hanging out with her boyfriend in the hayloft, and then her dad comes in.
And second of all, black people don't even want Jordans no more. We want Yeezus, so get the right sneaker next time.
Here we go. Having a Blast by Green Day. Don't Get Mad, Get Even by Aerosmith. Here Comes Revenge by Metallica. Your Time's Gonna Come by Led Zeppelin.
Okay, let's look at
we're the violent ones. Wait, real quick.
Look at stuff where things actually just happen, not just music. So, Murder on My Mind.
You mentioned music.
Number one song in like the fucking country. KK, The Race. All these songs, they're actually.
And you want to know? You want to know the crazy part? Hold on. You want to know the crazy part? You want to know the crazy part? Do you want to know the crazy part? You know who is the biggest consumer of hip hop and R&B? It's not even black people. White people listen to our music more than we do. So who, if it's the culture and the music's the issue, we're not the ones listening to it en masse. Don't play with me.
Also the fact that
you aspire to be that.
Well, another song that topped at number one on the charts right?
Like,
I'll give you two other songs that topped at #1 on the charts. Love the Way You Lie by Eminem, which is literally about him domestically abusing his wife, right? And then These Boots Are Made for Walking by Nancy Sinatra, which is literally
okay, you said you want.
absolutely,
You said earlier
right?
you
But
want.
he literally talks about physically assaulting a man.
Let's abolish the police and the prisons. So where are we going to?
You see
send
how
all
you
these
jumped
people
from
who are
5 different topics in less than 10 minutes because you look dumb.
Where do they go? They just get to run around free?
You're dumb. You're so dumb. I'm sorry. You didn't pivot again. The goalpost was here. Now she's there.
No, because you're talking about songs that are like.
You're the one who
You brought up music. You brought up music. You brought up music. Don't.
Crimes.
No. Why?
Not
People are
Fun
actually
fact.
dropping.
Fun fact, my guy. Fun fact, my guy.
by the Jonas
Fun
Brothers?
fact for you. White people commit the bulk of crime in the U.S., not black
With the
people.
bulk- Okay.
Then why don't you make up the bulk of people in prisons? If you commit the most crime, why are we in prison more? I'll give you let's go down all the list of stats we went down again, right? White people, when we account for the race of people who commit drug trafficking offenses, which is dealing, right? White people 24.1%, black people 24.9%. That is direct information from the Sentencing Commission in the U.S., right? Of who gets sentenced for these crimes. So white people 24.1, black people 24.9 for drug offense. So that means the only other drug crimes that you can be put in jail for, because that's dealing, would be use or possession. Now, when we look at drug abuse violations, 748,874 for white people, 274,870 for black people. But then let's dive even deeper and look at how many people are in jail for those drug offenses. And oh my God, what do we find? We find that 20% of them are black and are white, and yet 40% are black, even though the bulk of drug offenses are performed by white people. So explain to me.
Is this not embarrassing? Are you not ashamed?
Fun fact! This splits it up by weapon. And we can even look at when it's split by weapon use, black people are still disproportionately thrown in prison, even when you split it up by weapon use.
It's
so try again.
As if one group of people have a culture of violence here and it ain't, from a statistical standpoint at least, right? But you don't see me running around talking about, oh my goodness, it must be the music that you perpetuate. No, because I understand that people commit crimes. Yet you came in here, and you try to blame a genre of music, right, for systemic racism. Are you not embarrassed? Is this not embarrassing? Are you not ashamed? Do you not feel stupid?
Listen, you guys do a lot of the fucking.
You guys.
We do a lot of what? What do we do a lot of? Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, look at every place on the planet Earth. Africa, the Bronx.
Do not mention Africa.
Baltimore. Every fucking place is ruined.
Baltimore?
They're all awful places that
I love how
Africa is ruined. Africa has multiple major cities in developed nations. Africa is a continent, not a country.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is coming from someone who was born on that continent, honey. Africa, now that it is actively shedding ties to colonial institutions.
Also,
it's great.
The cities with the highest amount of violence are in fucking red states. They're not even in blue states.
They're white cities. Didn't Texas lead America in violence from like January through March? And it's been in top 5 since then?
You know what the most violent state in America is? It's Alaska. We don't exist in Alaska. We don't live there.
Where are you getting these statistics? You think there's more crime in Alaska?
Alaska is one of the highest crime states in the fucking country.
What are you looking up here? There's not more crime in Alaska.
I didn't say there was more crime. I said it's the most violent state because you can get away with crime easier there. So people commit it more there.
No, it's just the
Johnny?
criminals get caught easier because, you know,
You're
white
dumb.
people plan it out better.
Let's go down the list. Let's go down the list of most violent cities, right? St. Louis, Missouri. What state is Missouri? Is Missouri a red state or a blue state? Just quick
I
question.
would assume it's a red state.
Exactly, thank you. Detroit, Michigan.
Predominantly white people.
Baltimore, Maryland. Memphis, Tennessee. Didn't know
Okay,
Memphis,
Baltimore,
Tennessee became a red state all of a sudden.
Why do we go over Baltimore as, like, not important?
Because Baltimore is
city
one
has
out
been
of
ruined by fucking Democrat policies and fucking bringing in all these poor people who just come in there and commit crime.
So I'm so sorry.
That's
Jovan,
you put Section 8 houses in these nice
Baltimore is in a red state. It's a red state. The cities don't have that much power. The states provide the cities with their police budget. The state does all of this. The state. And Baltimore is in a fucking red state. So what are you talking about?
Who lives in fucking Baltimore? Because Baltimore mayor, I guarantee you, is definitely not a Republican. You guys get fucking everything. When fucking George Floyd, they did what they did to him. He was
Jovan, I've been told this girlie up here has admitted to being a white
multiple cities and felt entitled.
Maybe we should kick this girl.
He's what? He's known for what?
He's apparently an admitted white supremacist girl.
He's a proud boy, ain't he?
He apparently flat out admitted being being a white supremacist. He's a recruiter. He be recruiting. I don't.
Talking about. I'm just giving my opinion on this.
Girl, we're talking about what you have said, not what you are saying.
All right. So why do you guys feel entitled to whenever there's...
I do not feel entitled to shit. I just don't think that I should be attacked and assaulted.
You know why I feel... No, hold on. Pause. No, let's fucking get into this. Let's get into this, Divas. Let's get into this. Do you know why we feel entitled? Do you want to know why we are entitled? Because we are fucking entitled. We are entitled. We are fucking entitled.
Black people than white
Black on black crime is not a thing. Shut up. It's not a thing.
You know what? No.
It's literally not a thing.
Black on black crime. No, wait.
Doesn't exist.
White people.
I think you know what? He's right. Let's talk about the crimes. Let's talk about white on white crime. Why are we not discussing all these little white boys going into schools going grab-a-da-da? Why are we not talking about this? Why are we not talking about the white on white crimes that are committed in white neighborhoods?
Because that happens.
And an anti-Semitist?
Like 2 or 3 times a year. I'm sure there's
no, actually, statistically, it doesn't.
Like 20 or 30 times.
Statistically, it doesn't. Statistically, it happens more often. Hence why white people are being arrested for these crimes more often. You dummy!
No,
you're stupid.
Dude, you guys, okay. Fine. Then white people are getting arrested more.
Let's talk about the Mayo on Mayo crime.
Still racist. You have in New York City.
Let's talk about the chalk on chalk characteristics.
A black, district of the cop chief is a black person. But you guys still think the police are racist.
Let's talk about the Greek
white people, and I see it
violence.
because that's what I look for, are unjustifiably unalived by the cops, and no one cares. But
let's talk about the icky violence.
Hold on. Name me somebody that you think no one cared about that was unjustly killed by the cops. Name me the person. Give me a name.
God, dude. I don't remember.
Give me a name, because I remember them. Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, fucking Tamir Rice, fucking Philando Castile.
George Floyd. Trayvon Martin turned around and said, "Why are you following me?" And then he went over and punched him.
No, he fucking didn't. No, he fucking didn't. No, he fucking didn't. When we're gonna look at issues, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that you can literally say, oh, well, none of you care about no, stop. You're going to stop talking. That's what you're going to do right now. You're going to stop talking. Because it's fucking wild to me that you can sit here and claim, oh, well, nobody cares about the white people that were killed about cops, but you can't name a single fucking one. You can't name one person. Meanwhile, I can name multiple of my people that were. I'm going to restart the live because shit is getting too heated and I don't want to get banned. So I'm going to restart the live real quick.
Okay.
Fuck! Holy shit, dude. Whew. I gotta take a minute. I need a minute. I'm fuming. And I want to give TikTok time to not ban me. Ooh. Whew. I'm gonna restart the live. I need a couple seconds. I need to cool down a little bit. I was getting a little... Not that fucking Christian Jake dude followed me. Fucking why? Eat my ass, bro. I need to use the bathroom real quick and then I'll be right back. Okay. We're good. Nobody got banned. I reset the live because it was just... I was worried about a ban on that one. So I was like, let me just restart. I was getting heated. Yeah. But we're good. We're back. I got Oreos. Whew. Okay. I'm calm. Woosah. I'm chill-outed. I'm chillaxing now. We're good. We're good. I've been that mad before. I've absolutely been. I try not to get that mad. But I've definitely been that heated before. So if anybody wants to buy me lunch for being that angry and for going off that much, link is down below on the Twitch. If anybody wants to send me some lunch. Also, please remember, you can donate. $30 gets a guest kicked. Doesn't matter if they're on my side or not. So if there's someone you disagree with, donating $30 to Venmo or Cash App, they get booted. Okay. We're back. We're hanging out. We're good. Yeah, it wasn't anger. I was just passionate. You're right. Lazy shooter, you're right. I was just passionate. I wasn't angry. It was passion. Passion. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna let the live build up people before I bring in guests. Just gonna give a minute. Just gonna give it. You can still get to it, Poop Train, on the phone. I'll just give me a minute to like reset my own brain after that wild mess. Okay, so where are we at? Fuck. I was just acting. Exactly. I wasn't really mad. Okay. Woosah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what up, Tyrion?
Hey man. First of all, whenever like people bring up hip hop music, I always love to bring up like that one song, "She's my cherry pie," because like kind of gross too. But I just wanted to ask, what books are you reading right now?
What books am I reading right now?
Yeah.
Two of them that I'm blowing through right now. For studies, I'm like halfway through Abolition for the People. This is it's a book, but it's more a collection of essays on abolition and whatnot. And then for more fun, more like light reading, like not a history lesson and whatnot, I'm reading Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man by Emmanuel Ako. I don't know how you pronounce his name. But I've been reading that as well.
How do you spell the last name?
ACHO. He also has a YouTube series under the same name, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, which you can watch. So those are the two that I'm currently going through.
Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to know that. But like, also like, I love you, Jovan.
Oh,
I
you
just
too.
want to say that. Yeah, I just want to say that, and I also have like enough followers to say that to you in person, or I guess like through TikTok now. But still, I support you. I love you, and also I came up to kind of force you to say when you are playing that one game again on Twitch.
I have to. I know. I really have to. I get so. I have to. I know. I don't like episode 2 is not as fun.
It's not?
No, I'm not enjoying episode 2 like we did episode 1.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like
episode 1 had everything. It had a heist. It had hostage situation. It had explosions. Marital issues. Episode 2 has a dude talking to a teenage girl in a cabin. That's not as fun.
I know, but like I bet like episode 3 is better. I don't know.
I'll play. Maybe we'll play it tonight.
All right, man.
Hey,
but,
Wolfie, thank you for following me on Twitch.
Doing, man.
For sure, my
Keep
guy.
on doing what you're doing. I love you so
Jovan,
much.
tell us what you want for lunch.
What do I want for lunch? I could fuck with some Popeyes. You guys.
I'm not giving you Popeyes.
No, but Poop Train is.
Poop Train, my cash apps in my bio as well. Anyway, so no, you go ahead and be great, man. I love you so much. Thank you for doing what you do, and thank you for being a black man that's talking about black issues and not like snacks.
I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying a word. I ain't saying a goddamn word.
You don't need to say nothing. I said it. All right. Be good.
All right, Tyrion. You have a good one. Okay. Whew. This has been a wild live. Just wildness. The replay of this, oh my god. The replay of this on YouTube is going to be nuts. Absolutely nuts. I am gonna game later, so if anybody does want to follow my Twitch, we're gonna play some games later today, probably. So yeah. Eat healthy, Jovan. We all live in these. Me eating healthy. You must got somebody else. You must got me confused with somebody else. I don't think that Christian guy needs to come back. I think it's okay. Like, he was literally just an outward racist. Whew. I'm calm. I've relaxed. I wish I didn't have to end the live. I just didn't trust it, right? I was going off so much. And this account is already on its last legs. I do have other accounts if this one goes to. My main account is still bagoshed. But if this one goes to, I do have other accounts. Let's see. Every so often I try to log back into my main, thinking they're going to give me access again. Yeah, for anyone that missed it, you missed probably the most wild thing that's ever happened on these lives. It will get uploaded to YouTube. Yeah, it was insane. You're not on main. Yeah, because my main's permabanned right now. But I don't understand. It's permabanned, but it's not deleted. So I think it's just permabanned for me until they give it back. Because it's not deleted. Huh. Wait. Alright, TikTok, that was so stupid. I was like, okay, did TikTok give me access to my account back? Because I went in to log in, it was like, oh, verify with the phone number. No, it still didn't. Why would you have me verify with the phone number if I'm still not allowed back on my account? Yeah, racist viewpoints are pretty easy to dismantle because, like, I actually research shit and study this shit. So, yeah. Double stuffed is the only way to go with Oreo. Guys, let's hit that like button. Get them likes up. We gotta get to at least 50K. Whenever they bring up black on black crime, it's so stupid. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's literally not. It literally doesn't exist. It's just. Aw, Poop Train, send me a chicken sandwich. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Poop Train. Oops. I'm gonna eat the shit out that chicken sandwich though. Y'all are real ones. And then it's so funny because they're always like, well, Democrat run cities. Democrat run cities. And I'm like, bro, cities don't make most laws. The laws are set at a state level. You have state statutes. You have some city statutes. But it's mostly state stuff. And most of those dangerous Democrat-run cities are in Republican states. And then you want to talk trash about, like, the big cities. The big cities are who fund you. Like, bro, big cities fund small cities. I really can't. Chicken sandwich. Oh, I'm gonna fuck up this Popeyes. Do I need to do a Popeyes mukbang? While I sit and do a mukbang with this Popeyes? Anybody disagree with me? Feel free. It's funny how much they hate my state of Cali. Cali pays their state. New York City is the reason New York State is financially profitable. We don't make any money in the state. New York City makes all the money. Major cities make money. I love when they show those land maps and they're like, well, how come?
Thank you, boo.
Hey, pray for me, y'all. Thank you for following me on Twitch. I love when they show those maps for like the Electoral College and they're like, well, why do they get all the... I'm like, bro, people vote, not land. I love that when they're like, well, why doesn't... If we got rid of the Electoral College, New York City would have all like these vast amount of votes. I'm like, yeah, because that's where people are. It's almost like we want people to be able to vote. Alien, if you don't go to that anime convention, be a cat girl. Live your cat girl dreams. Guys, I love my new gaming chair, by the way. This shit is so comfy. I need to make a... You know what I should do? Should I make a wish list? You know how, like, I'm doing... I have my, like, computer donations, which are somewhere. I don't even remember where they went. Oh, they're, like, hidden down here. What the fuck? Where'd they go? Should I do, like, a wish list? And that way, instead of donating major, like, instead of having to raise money for the whole computer, people can just, like, donate the pieces they want. It's a thought. By the way, me, Zombified, and Babs beat Into the Back Rooms, like, 2 days ago. That shit is wild. The end of that game is real hard. Hannah's here. Hannah, you want to co-host? Today's been nuts. No abortion. It's crazy. I haven't really... Alien said no. I'm surprised that some of the topics I have up here have not been talked about yet. I've been live for 3 hours, and it's mostly been racism conversations. My bread and butter! I don't think abortion gets any traction anymore. No, it doesn't. We've all debated abortion to death. Ow. It's true. I am really good at abortion debates. I mean, we can play it again, Alien. The three of us do want to get good at speed running it. But then we realized how hard the final part, like speed running the end of it, is going to be. Maybe because it's the first point, they don't read any further. Maybe. I am a little shocked that the tater tots haven't flocked in here. But on God. Call them Tate's kittens. Tate's tots. Wait, I don't even want to call them tater tots. I want to call them Tate's tots. Like that episode of The Office, Scott's Tots. Ooh, I just reset. I'm not gonna reset again. Um, you know what I should name? You know what I should do for a topic? I should just ask the question: what's the biggest human rights violation, abortion or slavery? Just pose that as a topic and see what people say. Alien, we can still play the game. We might. Fun fact: we're debating getting the other one. There's a $10 game called Enter the Backrooms. We're debating getting that one as well. I think posing the question, what was the biggest human rights violation, abortion or slavery, is a good question. I mean, it's an easy question to answer, obviously slavery, but I think it's a good question. Imagine thinking... I'm not even going to get into it. 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 Not even going to... Not... But just imagine. Imagine being live action. Priscilla, I see you in the requests, but I don't think we disagree. I also love that I said, Hannah, do you want to co-host? She said yes, and now she's gone. There's a Roblox Backrooms? God, I don't want to deal with all that. Y'all remember debate? Are you asking me to debate or saying, is there a debate? No, if like they banned all my accounts, I would just make a new one. They ain't keeping me gone forever. I do think TikTok needs to start IP banning people. Certain people on this app should be IP banned. Shanta. Certain people who spend their whole life just like mocking people. Damn, guys, nothing? I can stop debating. I can go move to Twitch and just play video games all day. I'm hella into playing Bioshock Infinite again. I've been replaying that game, and it's fucking great. So if anybody hasn't played it, go play it. Yo, Zombified, speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. We were just talking about you a little while ago.
Hi, bestie.
You are... Yeah, there you are. What's up?
What's up?
Oh, I'm chilling. Did you see the nonsense that was the previous live before this live?
I saw the guest that when you brought Divas on here. That guest.
So you missed me and Divas actively like yelling at somebody. You missed Mad Jovan. I think this is the first time Mad Jovan has shown up.
I think I've seen Mad Jovan.
Not like
but
this one.
What was it? Is it on Twitch? After?
It will be after I'm done streaming. But this man was just straight up racist.
What was he saying?
I mean, he said, you know, the whole, like, well, black music glorifies violence and blah, 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 blah.
God. As if, never mind.
And then we just went on, it was a lot. It was a whole lot.
That's always one of their go-to things. It's the black music thing, black culture and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, white people shoot up schools. Like, bro, what?
We brought that up.
Violence?
We brought that up. No, the best is he was like, well, how come we don't talk about all the white people that get killed by the cops? So get no media coverage. Nobody cares about them. And I asked him to name me a name of someone, and he couldn't. And I was like,
sorry, I'm letting
the
dog out right now.
I was like, so you don't really care.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal to you either, right? Like, why do you care if the media isn't, like, covering it if you don't even know their names?
Oh, God.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
But if anybody wants to debate Hannah or me, we're chilling.
Yeah. I can't see her request, but I don't think anyone's in there.
Last I checked, it was just Tyrion. But I think he bowed out. Okay, cool. Looking for anyone that disagrees. You're telling me 179 people in this live agree with me on all points. I gave you a topic. I didn't see any topics. Oh, is that thing... Do I have that thing on where it still blocks comments? Hold on, let me see.
Like filters them?
Yeah, I don't know why they turn that on automatically. Yeah, hide potential spam or offensive comments. I turned it off. Someone said it's that you're a boring host. Well, 193 people seem to like me as a host, so I would argue that the person with 174 followers might be the boring one, but what do I know? Ocean doesn't actually disagree. Don't let them fool you. She's playing you all for fools.
That always happens to be on Mia's live. Mia's friends will go in the comments, and I don't know they're her friends, and they'll say some like fucked up shit about adoption and pro-life and all this other stuff, but they're like also adoptees that I just didn't know them, and like I'll start going at them in the comments, and then Mia's like, "Y'all, I'm friends with him." It's
Hannah,
happened like
my
3 times.
Twitch follower Peachy Possum said that they want to hold your hand.
Hold my hand?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know who that is.
I don't know my Twitch followers.
Well, if they're your Twitch follower, they can hold my hand. They're supporting you. Ooh, you should do a music live soon.
I will do that if I get my main account back.
Okay.
Actually, from all the yelling I've done today, my voice is probably in fucking great shape. It's probably hella warmed up today. Someone said, eat another burger. I'm actually going to eat a chicken sandwich bought to me by my wonderful Twitch chat. Thank you again, Poop Train. So, I'm going to. Because people love me. I demand this to be satire. It's not. The random piano scared you? Sorry.
Hop in the box. What's your name? You're by John Deere Technician, Indiana, with the corn emoji. Hop in the box.
I've been using Shark's Get in the Box background for my live since they gave it to me. Get in the box. Get in the box. Someone called me Tubby. Doesn't matter. My girlfriend likes it, so. Republicans aren't shooting for a Trump run in 2024. That's very clear.
The person that called you Tubby is the same person that told you to eat another burger. Makes
sense. Also, Biden now has a larger approval rating than Trump did. So at this point in the midterms, Biden's at 44%, Trump's at 41%. at this point in the midterm, so sucks to suck.
They said, no, she doesn't. Mia replied, yes, I do.
It's because of the student loans? Yeah, I mean, obviously. Jovan, I have an Oculus holder head, but don't use it. Oh, you have an... Oh, yeah, I took my Oculus off its head, because there's this, like, piano thing that you can do, where you can play your piano, and I just haven't put it back on the head. One of these days.
Oh, someone gifted me? I didn't even see that. Thank you.
Bro,
I just saw I had coins.
I love when I'll join a live and I won't even say anything yet and have coins. I'm like, I didn't even do anything.
Right, like we haven't even, there's no one on here to bait. Like,
I technically have to go to a baby shower and I am putting it off. And I might not go and just send a gift.
what do you mean technically?
My friend's baby shower is going on right now. And I told them I'd go, but I might just send a gift.
I think you should probably. I don't know.
I might just send a gift.
Yeah.
I might just send that.
That's probably what I would do.
I just want to see when Grubhub's sending me my food.
You might need to restart because I feel like everyone in here agrees or doesn't have enough followers to request.
I restarted already.
When?
To get here. To get to this place. I restarted my old live, which I was worried about getting banned because I was yelling at the top of my lungs.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know because this live has like 19K likes. So like
That's just because people love me and are so good at sending me likes. Like train.
Started by Hannah.
Someone said I'm sad. I'm actually pretty happy, all things considered. Last night it was sad boy hours. That depression came in like a lion. Today I'm doing pretty good.
Doing pretty good.
Someone said, okay, user. That gave me the same energy as the what is the, wouldn't you like to know, weatherman? Hot topic, the corn kid is getting taken advantage of.
What do you mean taken advantage of?
The corn kid,
like not getting paid for.
There's no way his parents are giving him all the money that he's on Cameo now. You know how much money he's making? No way he's seeing that money.
Oh, so you mean like his not his family, him specifically?
Yeah, I think he's probably getting like I know how child actors.
Well,
work.
I mean, yeah, I think that every child actor is basically getting like on like influencers, kids, and things like that, or, like vlog families and all that. They're all getting exploited. There's no way that a child can consent to being on camera that much. Like they can't.
Yeah, the minute I saw he was on Cameo, I was like, nope. Instantly, I was against it.
Yeah. I mean, I like the song though.
I don't like corn.
I know it's just a catchy song. It's just
sure. I just think we shouldn't. He did a Chipotle ad too. I don't trust it. I think as a society, we need to take a stand against corn because we cannot digest it. Why are we eating something we can't digest? Yeah, no one has an answer. But it has the juice. No, if you eat corn, it comes out whole. Okay.
Hold on. I looked it up. There's, it is high in cellulose, which is an insoluble fiber that the body cannot digest. However, the body breaks down the other components of corn. So.
If you eat a kernel
Chewing
whole,
corn
it
for longer
comes
can also
out
help the
whole.
digestive system break down cellulose walls to access more of the nutrients.
If you eat a kernel of corn whole, someone said Democrats are racist. Sure, Jan.
3 times in a row.
You have 1,000 followers. Come tell me why. Don't be scared.
Do you invite them?
Yep. Don't be. Oh, you couldn't go live together? Oh, you're so scared.
Oh, are you busy?
Oh, well, here's what we're going to do. You'll go on mute, and if you want to talk, you can get in the box. No, I don't play this game, bro. Them damn dirty Dems. Ocean said them demon rats. And popcorn.
I keep reading their
Popcorn's
comments
the worst
before I read Ocean's username, and I'm like, I get annoyed, and then I read the username. I'm like, oh.
If you eat popcorn sucks. I'm going on record. Not the best movie snack. Popcorn's garbage. Kettle corn's okay. Kettle corn's okay. But just standard popcorn, whack.
Yeah, no, I don't really like popcorn, but kettle corn, yeah.
It gets stuck in your teeth too much.
True.
It is too. You have to chew it so much. The best movie snack, I think it's pretzels. Nice, Auntie Anne's pretzels. Let me rephrase. Let me say something. I got another hot take. Pretzels that you can buy in like a bag of pretzels, ass. Pretzels almost anywhere, ass. But Wetzels
you mean about,
and
like the
Auntie
crunchy
Anne's,
pretzels?
Yeah, crunchy pretzels, ass.
Yeah, I don't really like
garbage.
Them. I only eat those whenever like I have nothing else in the house and I eat that. But the soft pretzels, I love
Auntie Anne's and Wetzels. They're the only good soft pretzels in the game.
That's just not true. You can make your homemade soft pretzels and that shit smacks.
Alien said, "I don't eat during movies. It gets too expensive for me." Who said I'm eating movie theater food?
Right.
Girl, I got a bag. I'm gonna go in with a whole meal. Someone said, "Stop abortion."
That's until
no.
Whatever it is.
I'm gonna go. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a bag. I'm gonna either get some Wendy's. Wendy's is pretty good at a movie. Or some pizza. Pizza pretty good at a movie. I will buy the movie theater drink because they got them big ass drinks, so I like the big cup. But like other than that, I'm shoot.
They also have Slurpees if you like those too. Like at the movie theater for drinks.
Slurpees are okay.
You don't like Slurpees?
They're okay. They're just okay.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like what's wrong with them?
They're just okay.
Like why aren't they good?
I just think they're okay. Like they're not my go-to. I'd rather just have a juice. I don't really need like a frozen drink. I don't even put ice in my drinks.
What the fuck?
It comes out the thing cold. What do I need ice for, to water it down?
Wait, you mean like from like hold on.
Like a fountain drink.
It's gonna get hot though. It's
not within the time I'm gonna drink it. How slow do you think I'm drinking my drink?
In like 15 minutes.
You don't need to. All ice does is water it down, and you get less drink. You are getting ripped off, and I am not.
Okay.
You get less drink, and I don't. I'll use ice. I'm like Alien. I'll use light ice if I'm outside and it's like really hot. But I get light ice. I just want a little bit of ice.
Okay, see, this is what you have to realize. I'm in Texas, so that's like year round my life.
Movie theaters aren't hot, Hannah. Movie theaters are cold.
Yeah, I don't go to movie theaters. I fall asleep at movie theaters.
Hunter said that's very European of you. Listen, when I'm home, I'll put ice in water. I'll put ice in water all day because you can't water down water. But I won't put ice in other things. Where's Kiara? We're having an ice debate. We need Kiara here.
I know. I don't even. Okay, look. Here's the thing, though. Y'all are geographically in places where you don't need ice all the time. I'm used to having ice in all of my drinks and having to have them as cold as possible because within minutes, it's melted. And it's hot or room temperature.
I'm fine with you wanting to exist in a system where you get ripped off. I don't.
Oh my God. It's not a system.
It is. The reason why they put so much ice in drinks, and this is literally the truth, why they put so much ice in drinks is because they cost them less money to put ice in there than the soda. So that is a system. You are systemically being ripped off.
Starbucks, shut up. At like Starbucks, they'll give you like a venti and they'll fill it up with a bunch of ice. And if you just get the size below it, I forgot what it is. Grande, if you get a grande with no ice, it's the same amount of drink in the venti with ice, like the biggest size with ice. So you can just get a cup of ice and then a grande thing and you have the same thing for cheaper.
Yeah, Big Ice is scamming you. All right, my Popeye should be here between 2:26 and 2:36. I can't believe you're letting Big Ice.
I thought you got something else.
No, Poop Train got me Popeyes.
Oh. No,
ice keeps the CO2 in suspension. What does that even mean? Hannah, we need to start planning our Disney resort vacation. Hannah's muted. I will start planning our Disney resort vacation. Keeps it fizzy. Well, I don't drink soda, so nothing's fizzy for me. I drink juice.
But yeah, we do, but we still got to get the others on board first.
I thought we decided that we'll all go to their dumb ski trip, but then me and you are also having a Disney vacation because we're the only people that give a shit about Disney.
We're going to end up paying a bunch more money than we need to instead of just convincing them to come or
I think
just going on a ski trip.
I think by not allowing me my Disney vacation, they're all being fat phobic.
Oh my God.
I found a theme park that I fit on the rides on, and they don't want me to go to it. Fat phobic.
They don't not want you to go to it. They don't want to go to it, and they want to do something instead.
That's not what I'm going to say.
Maybe stop centering yourself.
Me?
Yes. The majority wants to go to a different place, but instead of going with the majority, you say,
you're right.
Well, I'm being oppressed.
Oh, wow, Hannah. So I just have to stay a minority then?
Oh my God.
Interesting.
No, dude.
Interesting reaction. Someone said main character energy.
I'm saying the majority of our group, out of 5 people, 3 of them want to go somewhere else, and 2 of us want to go somewhere else. So instead, we just go on their ski trip.
Honestly, I'd prefer you just call me a slur.
Or convince them to come to Disney. I called you a what?
I said I'd prefer you just call me a slur than this microaggression that's happening here.
This is not a microaggression.
Seems
if you
really
consider it is, then I will accept that and apologize, actually.
Don't do that.
What?
Look, even everybody in the comments is saying Disney is better than
I can't tell if you're
skiing.
being serious.
No, of course I'm not being serious.
Oh, okay.
Why? Just because I'm black, I have to talk about race all the time? Wow, Hannah.
Here we go. I'm not going to go into the gaslighting right now. We're not starting, bro.
Should we just call our podcast Gaslighting?
Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. Or Gaslight Chronicles.
We'll start the podcast whenever Hannah gets her mic, but... Oh, I'm going to be able to afford the parks, because the minute I I move down with Mia, I'm buying season passes to Disney. You can't stop me. I will be there at least once, if not twice a month, whether Mia wants to come with me or not. I really like
I know you will.
Disneyland.
World. Disneyland is California.
Disney World.
World. Yeah. I've never been to Disneyland.
I would be there all the time.
Understandably. It's fun. And B lives there, so she can go.
Hey, Snuggle Wumpkins, thank you for following me on Twitch. Javon moving out of New York? Probably.
You're going to have to restart. Someone commented that, but you're probably going to have to restart if you want to debate.
I'll restart when my Popeyes gets here.
Lazy.
I'll just wait for my Popeyes. And then I'll restart when I go to get my Popeyes. I should open my blinds so I can kind of see when someone's driving down my driveway. It's corn!
See, it's catchy. It gets stuck in your head.
Just because something's catchy doesn't make it good.
I didn't say it was good. I said it was catchy and gets stuck in your head.
I often find myself singing songs and I wonder, is the song popular because it's a good song or is it popular because it's on TikTok?
Could be either. Well, the corn thing, obviously, because it just gets stuck in your head. And it's been all over TikTok, so like everyone has watched it a bunch. Why are you just playing random piano noises?
I don't know. The TikTok effect.
Do you know when you're going to get your main back yet?
No clue. I assume I'm going to get it back because it's not gone.
Yeah. And like they didn't even give you a violation thing.
They didn't give me a violation. They just said you're banned.
Yeah.
It has the juice.
You're literally just talking about this kid getting exploited and you're singing the song on your live now.
I'm not the one exploiting him.
Okay.
Hot topic. I think we should go back to having child labor camps.
Do you want to expand on that take?
I just think they did a lot of good for society. Unfettered capitalism and whatnot. Free market means child labor.
Are you being serious?
I'm being something.
Right, Alyssa, that's what I'm saying. It only goes so far.
Bliss said I can't keep defending you.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I mean,
Guys,
I think I draw the line at
restart-
defending you. I think I draw the line at defending you for wanting to eat ethical human steak.
So something that needs to be fucking addressed here. I never said I wanted to eat people. What I said,
You said
was
you would.
I said if I was provided with ethically sourced human meat, I wouldn't say no. And I think anyone that claims they would say no is lying.
Okay. Moving on, you can restart now.
I'm gonna restart when my food gets here.
Some of these people haven't heard you talk about.
Oh, really?
The ethical human
Are there people
meat.
that have just heard this for the first time? This is not news.
Ocean was like Joe Vaughn with a bunch of question marks.
I got new slides.
Yeah.
Let's see how
But anyways, point was I can't keep defending you, Jovan. I gotta draw the line somewhere.
Oh, these slides are pretty comfy. I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything wrong with eating ethically sourced people.
Oh my god.
Can't you get diseases
Okay.
from human meat? I think that's a lie.
Okay. Well, I mean, we wouldn't know really because there's not studies done on people eating human meat.
Exactly. It's an old wives'
And like
tale.
I feel like the only things that goes off of like getting diseases is like cannibalism or whatever, and they don't like cook it or
They
anything. Like,
don't cook it.
yeah, so that would make sense why there would be like
out
bacteria and diseases
the
and stuff.
cooking out the deadly stuff would
And also, it would be like it would probably be like, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna say that. No.
Go, say it, Hannah. This is a judgment-free zone.
I was just gonna say it would be probably like physically healthy people, right? That would be like the best, like, you know, like in like, this sounds so fucked up talking about humans.
No,
but, like,
it would be people like me, the tubbos. We would be the most delicious. Think about cattle raising. You want to fatten up the cow as much as possible.
Well, fat people can be healthy. Fat people, like, that doesn't make you unhealthy. I'm just saying, like a bunch, like a disease-ridden body, you're probably not going to eat that person, right? Like someone with, like, I don't know, like cancer or something like that. That's what I meant.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you probably choose people that aren't like physically unhealthy. That's what I meant. Like, have illnesses.
What's
not
obviously weight. What would be the most delicious part of a person? The thigh, right? Like the thigh would probably be. Thigh would slap.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. I'm.
The thigh would probably slap.
Mia commented eugenics. That's why I didn't want to say that. That's so fucked.
That's not eugenics.
But it's
literally not anything like eugenics.
Picking like the best of the best
to eat
people
is different than breeding out.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess if you were factory farming people, it would be eugenics.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it goes down a line that's like, you know.
Here's you know what got me thinking about this? It was the anime Promised Neverland. That's when I started.
Comments is so confused.
You guys haven't heard me talk about this before? All right, there are people I don't recognize in the box. Let's see what they want. I'm just saying. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going well. How about yourself?
It's going good. What are you here to talk about?
So I was trying to get an understanding, like, are these bullet points your standpoints?
Yes.
Okay, so like abortion legal all 9 months. Why?
Yes. I don't think that the government should have their hand in abortion. I think the only person that should be making the decision on whether someone has an abortion is that person and their doctor.
Even at the 9-month mark when it's a fully developed fetus, basically infant?
Yes, just like the Canadian model, I would have no government restrictions on abortion whatsoever.
So abortion is decriminalized in Canada?
Canada, abortion is free and legal throughout the entire pregnancy.
With no criteria?
Correct.
Well, that's a little immoral.
I don't think so. Only 0.67% of all their abortions happen after 21 weeks. That's because they make abortion free. Because they make it free, everyone that wants an elective abortion has it like as soon as humanly possible. They don't wait.
Right, but why even allow someone to get an abortion at a certain time in the pregnancy when a fetus is fully developed?
So that doctors aren't handcuffed and doctors can make the best decisions for their patients, and they don't have to go through like lawyers or like government officials to decide what to do. Whereas in America, that's like currently the situation we're living in.
Well, how do you think it's not immoral to abort a 9-month-old fetus?
I think if you have to have an abortion at 9 months, then clearly something has gone wrong with the pregnancy, and the doctor has to abort.
But from your standpoint, it's as if that doesn't matter.
I don't think talking about elective abortions in this case matter because they don't happen that late in pregnancy. It literally never happens. So I think
to push a standpoint like that is to say that you would support legislation that would opt for elective abortion at 9 months.
Yes, much like the Canadian model. The model that already exists where we know that elective abortions don't happen at 9 months because we have like 50 to 60 years of it being this way in Canada and it never happening. I believe that it's not a thing that happens. So
But Canada's a very different culture than America.
not really. Canadian and American cultures are like incredibly similar on like a cultural level. We're eerily similar.
In terms of like the dating culture, the sex culture, I
Yes.
don't think they're
Yes,
much similar.
Eerily similar to America. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, we've also never had a 9-month elective abortion here in America either. So
That's true, and we have states where abortion is completely legal throughout the whole pregnancy, like Colorado, and they've never had a 9-month elective abortion.
But like, why even give a person that would have an elective abortion the opportunity to get one?
Well,
because
so
the government shouldn't be involved in private medical decisions.
exactly, and you have to look at
But
who
at that
does.
point-
You have to look at who does abortions at 9 months. In order to have an abortion anywhere in the third trimester, you have to go to a doctor. So you have to convince
course,
a
I
doctor
would
to do
hope so.
it. Doctors aren't going to just do elective abortions at 9 months. Doctors are going to do necessary abortions in the third. I don't even know why we're saying 9 months, because a 9-month abortion would just be a birth. So
Yeah.
like,
Would it?
yeah, if you go to
Yeah,
a doctor at
abortions
9
include
months and say, I
inductions
want
of
an
labor.
abortion, they would just cut the fetus out of you.
So like, that's not an abortion though.
An abortion is anything that expels the contents of the uterus via like medical means. That's like a broad definition.
Deliberate
based on,
termination of a pregnancy.
yeah, based on multiple like dictionary or medical dictionary definitions. That's like a broad.
Okay. So like, would you support like that being the scenario and then the mother not having any like obligations to the child?
Yeah, I already don't think people need to have obligations to their children.
Sheesh. Well, I mean, hey, we all disagree to disagree, so.
You can go to a firehouse and drop your kid off. What obligation do you have? Or you just don't take it home from the hospital.
Oh my
The
gosh.
hospital can't force you to take the kid.
That's crazy.
We're
Why?
not saying that that's a good thing. If you don't want to have a kid, you should have an abortion.
Yeah,
If
and
you don't want to
I would so much rather someone have an
pregnant, you should
abortion
have an
in like
abortion.
the first or second month that they're pregnant than like be forced to carry it and leave the kid at a hospital because they didn't want the kid.
But like at the certain point where it's like the potential for life is definite, why terminate the child at like 6 months?
You have
7
a
months.
What do you mean
misunderstanding.
definite?
Well, hold on. You have a misunderstanding of like terminate the child because abortion doesn't equal termination of the fetus. Abortion just equals expulsion of the contents of the uterus via medical means.
Well, then why even label it an abortion if they're just going to give birth at a certain point?
Because that's what an abortion is. It's a medical expulsion of the contents of the uterus.
It's okay. It's kind of confusing.
Not really.
Well, abortion just doesn't mean one thing. It includes a multitude of procedures.
Technically, miscarriages are medically classified as abortions. They're just spontaneous abortions.
Okay.
Someone said abort means end. Yes, it means ending the pregnancy. So a cesarean is an abortion. Some states do classify them and medically code them as abortions. Some states do not. Louisiana, I think, is one of them where they code cesarean sections as abortions. I don't think New York does because when I've seen the code for cesarean, they don't equal abortion. Some states do. It's just depending on your state. But I would consider, based on the criteria of an abortion being the medical expulsion of the contents of the uterus, I would deem a cesarean an abortion. It's just a one that doesn't kill the child.
What is the textbook definition of abortion? I mean, I know we probably already went over this, but like
if we're
verbatim.
pulling up a medical definition, hold on, let me pull it up. Because just a dictionary isn't really going to tell you anything, right? You have to look at like different medical definitions. So Harvard Harvard Health Publishing describes it as get out of here, the removal of pregnancy tissue, products of conception, or the fetus and placenta from the uterus.
Okay. Yeah. Checks out.
So when I look, because different medical dictionaries are going to say different things, so I just like look at all of them and like figure out a definition that like works the best for when we're talking about it. Mainly because like definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. So they don't tell us how we should use a word; it tells us how we do use a word. So when I look at colloquially how we use abortion, at least for people on the pro-choice side, we use it as basically meaning the expulsion of the contents of the uterus.
Okay. So in this legislative state where it's legal all 9 months, say a person they go to the doctor and they want to have an abortion at 6 months. Would the doctor then encourage birth?
Probably an induction, because 6 months is like 28 weeks, right? So they would probably just say you should just induce. And
they
that would
still
be their
have to
medical
like basically give birth to the fetus either way, whether it comes out like alive or not. At that point, it's like grown enough to where you have to like birth it out of you.
But like, what if? See, that's where it gets kind of dicey with like complications and premature status. So like, where do these resources come from to like sustain this? And I don't know, like, how does that work? How would that work?
What do you mean? Where do those resources come to do what? To sustain what?
Like, would the government not like care or get involved for these premature status of fetuses that need, care to sustain life up until like their full term, I guess? So like, where would these resources come from? Would the mother not be held liable? Like,
so there's two things we're missing here, right? If abortions are free and legal, people aren't going to have elective abortions after 6 weeks. Or 6 months, like 28 weeks. The only abortions that are going to happen after 28 weeks are going to be medically necessary ones. No one's going to stay pregnant if they don't want to be pregnant. And after 6 months, you genuinely know whether you want to be pregnant or not. You don't carry a baby for 6 months and then go, never mind. The only reason why we have some abortions taking place after the 24-week mark electively in America is because people can't afford them or can't get to the care because of the hurdles we put in place of them. So if we make it affordable and we make it easily accessible, I guarantee you we're gonna see our numbers be very similar to Canada. And like I said, 0.67% of their abortions happen after 21 weeks.
So what is the current detriment that's like imposed as the abortion laws stand right now?
Well, in a lot of states, you just can't get them electively. You have to.
Yeah, like where I'm at in Texas. In Texas, at conception, it is illegal, even in cases of rape or incest. Right. Only medically necessary abortions.
In some states, even medically necessary ones are illegal.
Yeah, medically necessary doesn't obviously like include everything because doctors don't know what they can and can't perform, which is why a lot of care is delayed, and women either or people that are pregnant either have long-lasting effects or death.
Right. So abortion legalized all 9 months and keep the same criteria in place in terms of medical necessity.
Well, I would just make it so there's no governmental restrictions. It's completely open and it's up to you and your doctor.
But then that goes back to...
I know why you're scared, but I want to respond to that with, do you like? I'll ask you a question to show you why I'm not scared. Right? This is the way I view it. Do you think we should make it illegal to stab a unicorn in the neck?
Doesn't exist.
Exactly. And elective abortions after 28 weeks also don't exist. So I don't see the point in putting legal barriers on them when they're a thing that doesn't exist.
Well, I believe Hannah said there's one in the United States, right? One case?
No, there has not been one case, is what I said.
Not has been. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you can't, like, no
But it's
doctor.
also-
Well,
would-
no,
a
some
credible
states
doctor
are
would-
all like completely legal throughout the whole pregnancy, and there's then one.
Serious? What's no way? I thought it was a federal thing with abortion laws.
No,
Wow.
the only we didn't have federal laws. We had Roe v. Wade, but that got overturned.
Well,
And
so
it
Roe
went
v.
back
Wade
to-
Roe v. Wade said two things. They said a state cannot put a barrier on first trimester. A state can decide if they want to put a barrier on second trimester, and a state can definitely put barriers on third trimester. That's all Roe v. Wade said. And so states got,
Right.
like, this idea that it's like going back to the states, it's always been in the states' hands. The states have always been able to make rules. It's just those rules couldn't be in the first trimester.
Wow. So that basically just says it's discretionary. That's kind of.
And we don't think it should be up to the states. We think there should be no restrictions or a federal law basically stating that there's no restrictions on abortion.
Right.
Now, I would not. Let me just phrase something too. I wouldn't put the no restrictions law into place unless we made abortions completely free.
Okay.
Because the issue you're going to run into is people are going to have to raise money for their abortion, and you may see some elective ones happen, like you do now, after between like 24 and 28 weeks. But that's because people don't have the money to. But if it is completely free, nobody's going to have a reason to wait. They're just going to do it.
Okay.
Someone said you're a man, stay out of abortion business. Hannah, do you think I should
Men
stay
can
out of
have
abortion
abortion.
business? Men
No,
also
I don't
can't have.
think you should.
You're right about that. Men can have abortions, absolutely.
So I actually had a question about the trans men and women are men and women thing.
Okay.
So how can a separate category?
I gotta be real with you. That's of all the questions people have asked me on this, the best one I've ever gotten is how. It's pretty easy. We recognize that intersectionality is a thing, and you can be more than one category. So right, so like I'm black. My girlfriend Mia is also black, but I'm a black man and she's a black woman. Right? We're both under the category of black, but we have different experiences in that category. So trans men and cis men both fall under the category of men, but do have different lived experience, one being a trans experience, one being a cis experience. Same with trans women and cis women. Same with non-binary people. That's just like how intersectionality works. You can be more than one thing at one time.
I mean, I understand, but at the same time, I feel that since what a man is kind of constructed, then how can a person jump into or align with a construct that wasn't necessarily, it wasn't really made to detail trans identity?
If it's constructed, anyone can fit into that category.
Right, but now the construction is kind of changed.
I don't think the construction's ever been changed. I think when we talk about like what makes a man and what makes a woman, it's all socially constructed. It's all what society views as masculine and what society views as feminine. And if you decide you want to fit more into that masculine role, then you fit into that masculine role. And if you decide you want to fit more into that feminine role, you move and do things that fit you more into that feminine role.
But I mean, there are kind of other things that make a man that are transitive, like things that happen throughout adolescence into adulthood.
Such as?
Puberty.
Both men and women experience puberty.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The way we experience puberty is different.
Yeah, but and I will
Nice.
allow Ocean or Hunter. Actually, let me have Hunter come in first because Hunter's a trans man, so he can speak a little more on this as a trans man. But if I'm Hunter, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure when you take hormones for the gender that you are reassigning to, you go through that gender's puberty.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I went through 2 puberties.
Okay. But like the cultural aspect of things, like being taught not to cry, or just things that we're taught to do differently.
So I don't disagree with you that like cis men have a unique experience based on like a toxically masculine culture, right? Like toxic masculinity has fucked with cis men from the beginning. However, that doesn't mean that someone else can't be a man. It just means you have a different lived man experience as a man. That's not a bad thing. I do not have the same lived black experience as every black person, but we're all black.
Right.
Also, 2 puberties? Nah,
Yeah,
miss
that
me with that. Fuck, that would suck.
But like, my question would be, what makes a person know? Hunter, I guess that question would be more for you. What made you know that you were the other gender?
It takes a lot of internal reflection. I came out my freshman year of high school, so that was how many years ago? 8 years ago. Jesus, I'm old. And like growing up, I didn't know what it meant to be trans. So I thought I was just like a tomboy, or like, and I tried to override that with like excessive femininity, I guess, to try to convince myself that like, no, I'm a girl, and then I was like, nope, I'm not. It's not like you figure it out like, oh, you wake up the next day and you're like, oh yeah, I'm a dude. Like it takes a long time, a lot of therapy for me anyway, to really learn how to identify the best with yourself, if that makes sense.
It doesn't, because there has to be like certain like landmark moments to where you kind of figure like this wasn't right.
Why? I mean, for me,
wait. Why does that have to be? This is the only reason I'm asking you is because this is a person who is trans telling you what their experience was, and you who are not trans is saying, well, you have to have it this way.
Because my question wasn't really answered.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When did you have that moment of realization that you were a man, a cis man? Do you have that landmark moment in your life?
I would say, I don't know. You recognize from the beginning.
Right. So it's the same with trans people.
Hunter, does that sound accurate?
Yeah. It may take longer for certain people because of what they're being told by either family or society based on your sex. And that's where I said the internal reflection.
We also don't give children the tools to understand what they're going through. So there's not, the big moment may be, oh, I finally have the words to put in like what I've been going through, but they've always been going through it. We just haven't given them the tools to be able to recognize it until they're a little older, which I think we should be giving them those tools from an early age.
Yeah, that's why we advocate for like sex health education K through 12, because giving kids the language and safe space to express themselves and reflect, as Hunter was saying, is a lot healthier than having to go through a lot of what society or your parents or your community is telling you, because people, like, not everyone grows up in the same, like, accepting community, you know. That also, I feel like, plays a role, if that's correct, Hunter.
Yeah, and not all trans people experience gender dysphoria. A lot of people experience gender euphoria rather than dysphoria. So it's different for every person.
If I could answer, because Hannah, you asked me when did I realize, and I said I recognized from the beginning. But that's not a lot of, I can't speak from experience, but I don't think that's a lot of trans people's experience. How can they recognize from the beginning if something's not aligning?
That's what I said. What I said before was that it can take people a long time based on what they're being told. Like when I first came out, my parents were like not okay with it. They were like, "Oh no, you're doing it for attention. This is a phase. This was 8 years ago. Obviously, it's not phase, you know." So when people around
like,
you
what
are
thought
telling
process?
you that,
what was your thought process before coming out to where you started thinking differently of your gender?
I mean, for me, like, it wasn't until, I guess, puberty when I really started, my first puberty, when I really started experiencing gender dysphoria, particularly with my breasts. So that was definitely, and like I said, I didn't.
Well, how is that a defining moment where you realize that you are the wrong gender?
Well, during puberty, when my breasts, started developing, I did not want it. I said, no, I don't want, this is not right. This is not how I feel the most like myself, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain to someone who's never experienced it.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, like I said, some people don't experience dysphoria. Some people experience euphoria, to where, let's say, they
Wouldn't
are.
that be confirmation?
Yeah, so they may be okay with their breasts.
That sounds cis.
When they're what?
That sounds cis.
It sounds cis?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said they experience euphoria if they bind their chest.
Euphoria. Why would they bind their chest if they're in confirmation? See, it's confusing.
Because he was saying like that they were okay with their breasts. They didn't. It wasn't like a overwhelming like hatred or something like that. But then wearing a binder like caused euphoria. Is that correct?
Because
that what
they were now. Yeah. That's kind of like contradictory.
It's not.
How so?
Why? So you're okay with your breasts, but you bind them to hide them. So you're not okay with your breasts.
Well, you could be okay with something and have it in a different way and still be okay with it.
I'm okay with
I can be okay with my
with
face, but I can experience feel better about myself wearing makeup.
That's
but I'm
better example.
Don't hate
I was
my
gonna
face.
say green. I was gonna use green beans, so that's a better example.
Wait, explain your green bean example because I want to hear it.
I was just gonna say I can be okay with green beans, but not seek them out. But if they're on my plate, I'll eat them if I have to. But I don't seek out green beans.
Whereas someone with dysphoria would probably seek out, they would be not okay. They would seek out, not having breasts, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Javon, do you have a fan on?
My fridge is on. That's about it. Oh, okay. I can't turn that off, unfortunately. Yeah, that's fine. I also don't. The bigger point of this is like I don't see an issue with saying trans men and trans women are men and women. I don't think it detracts from cis men and women. I don't think it defeats anything. I don't necessarily even think it adds anything to like being a man or a woman. I think it's just letting another person in the category, and I don't think that's a big deal.
Well, I mean, like if we're on the Titanic and it's sinking, and they're saying women and children first, then.
Well, why are we going to life-threatening scenarios?
First of all, I'm gonna ignore the woman and children first thing anyway.
What do you
I'm sorry,
mean?
I'm first. I got me fucked up.
Every man for themselves at that point.
Exactly. That's a better every man for themselves. If Jack can't fit on the door, I'll fit on the door.
But also, like, in the movie, didn't that guy pull out a gun and start shooting people because they wouldn't let him on the boat? Wasn't that a part of the movie?
Yeah, it's probably a bad analogy. Horrible.
It wasn't great. I'll keep it 100 with you. It wasn't the best. Remember, on planes, they say, secure your oxygen mask for securing somebody else's, even a child.
Yeah, fuck them kids.
Yeah. Ooh. Come on, they're children.
And?
So?
What have they done for me lately? Do they pay rent? Okay, then.
They can't have a job. What do they do? Sit there, spread germs?
Out here waiting for my food.
It's still not here yet?
No, they said 2:35 to 2:45.
Oh. Would you get a plain chicken sandwich?
It just makes me think.
Popeyes is so good.
I missed a text from my Grubhub driver that said they don't have any chicken sandwiches. Do you want a replacement?
Get the spicy one.
That was 20 minutes ago.
Overall.
I don't know what they got me now, or if they got me anything, or not, but then.
It'll be a nice surprise.
No. I just wanted a chicken sandwich. Can you talk about what?
Abolishing police and prisons.
What about it?
Oh yeah, I'll hop out then if we're moving on. But talk to you guys later.
All right, Hunter. Thanks
Bye,
for coming
Hunter.
by.
Bye.
So, like, why abolish both? Oh my gosh.
Why not?
We need them.
Says who?
Because
While you're explaining this, Javon, I'm gonna grab some food real quick.
I mean, like,
I was gonna let you explain it, Anna.
when there's crime, we call police. When criminals get caught, they go to prison.
How often do police solve crime?
I mean, they do what they've been doing.
So I'll answer that
And
question.
it's been filling up prisons to capacity.
12% for property crime, 40% for violent crime. So not very often. How often do police prevent crime?
You can give me that too.
The answer is they don't. They just move it to other areas. Are police obligated to protect
What?
you? Yeah, crime just disperses. Crime doesn't go away. The crime just moves to areas where the police aren't.
These are statements that sound pretty objective. How can we say that if a police officer catches a serial killer that they have not prevented more crime from happening from that one person, even if it's an isolated event?
Their presence
still
doesn't event crime. If they catch a serial killer, then the serial killer did the crime. The crime's happened.
Right, but of course crime has to happen in order for it to
Exactly. We're talking about
happen.
crime prevention. They don't prevent the crime. They show up after the fact.
nothing's going to prevent crime. So we need something to
That's
show
not
up
true.
after the fact.
That's not true. Fixing poverty could prevent like most crime.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen
Well, why not?
because of the government that we have.
Give me a second. I gotta see. Hold on. I gotta keep talking. You can keep talking. I'm just gonna see about this food for a second. You can keep talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't think the purpose of police is to prevent crime. Well, hello everyone. Just am I paused too? I hope I paused.
Well, this was somebody go tell Poop Train that they're this is fucking. Now they're saying the order is delayed till 3:00, bro. Come on.
Damn, where are you ordering from?
Trying to get Popeyes. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Oh my god. Abolishing police and prisons.
Yeah, what about
and how they don't prevent.
Correct.
So, I mean, the only function of police is not to prevent crime, though.
Jovan, if they don't let you get what food you want, I'm gonna hand
Or
deliver
police's
you
only
homemade
function is
bread.
not
You'll
to
vent
prevent crime.
crying.
Here's the problem. Right? Here's the problem. If police don't solve crime,
Mm-hmm.
if they just move crime to other areas, and if they're under no legal obligation to protect you, what utility do they serve the average citizen?
Well, you stated that they solve at least 40% of, was it homicide
40%
crime?
of violent crime in general. Like all violent crime, they only solve 40% of it. It gets even lower when you
So
try to
that's-
like analyze it by like murder. The clearance rates for those drop even further.
So that's 40% more of violent crime solved than there would be with no police.
Yeah, but I think we can put a stop to the violent crime. I don't think we need police to do that. I would rather stop the crime at its source.
But I mean, in those situations where violent crime does occur in middle class and upper class situations, then what are we to do when there's no police?
Yeah, abolishing police would not be the first step. It would be like the last step.
But even so, violence doesn't just revolve around poverty.
Sure, and we can have a subsection of peacekeeping that handles violent crime, but they would only react to violent calls. They wouldn't patrol neighborhoods, and they wouldn't engage with the general public.
But they would still handle violent crime.
They would handle violence.
Violence that leads to crime, I'm presuming.
The crime part, I didn't get my food, Poop Train. It's delayed because they didn't have any chicken sandwiches. Okay, it's on the way. They solved it. They got me my chicken sandwich. So they're on the way now. So, what I was saying, this subsection of peacekeeping would only react to violence and stop the violence. They wouldn't do any of the arresting, they wouldn't do any of the processing or any of the detective work. They would just show up to neutralize the violence and move further. We would have other civil servants, but they also still wouldn't engage with the general public, and they wouldn't police neighborhoods. They wouldn't patrol.
So, what is wrong with police apprehending crime and booking them when they see it?
Because of the
and when it
corruption,
happens, I guess.
that lies in the apprehension, booking, interrogation process, like, and all of that.
Right, but we're going to need detectives after civil servants arrest these criminals to further investigate these crimes.
No, I
So,
would have unarmed. We could have unarmed detectives, like private eyes, handle all of that.
well, in terms of interrogation, what does being armed matter for a detective?
Interrogation. A big bulk of people who go to prison, not a big bulk, but the issue with interrogations is police are actively allowed to lie to you during interrogations. They're able to keep you for upwards of, I want to say it's 72 hours federally. They're allowed to keep you in an interrogation cell. Might be 48, but they're allowed to keep you for extenuating times. They don't have to feed you only when they feel like it. They don't have to let you out to go to the bathroom unless they feel like it. They can essentially torture you into giving a false confession. But they are given too much power.
And what difference does a gun make?
Well, a gun would just solve police death at the hands of police violence from guns. Removing
Right, but
them
I mean,
being able to interact with the general public would remove like the other bulk of like police brutality.
well, I mean, if you're going to have police applying force during these incidents of crime, these violent crimes, then there may be police brutality regardless.
Yeah, but if somebody is relaying force upon you, then it's a whole different thing, right? If they're responding to force being put upon them, that's different than if they're just placing force upon someone for no reason.
Right, but we can't say for sure that that wouldn't be the case when being apprehended.
Sure, but why wouldn't I strive for the best just because like there might be an instance of a fuck up? I still want to strive for a society that's going to limit police violence as much as possible, and the
Because
way
that's the
to limit
reality
police
of.
violence as much as possible is to abolish them.
But we know that when people get arrested, sometimes they can be disorderly, which leads to police brutality, and that's just the reality of situations. So we could strive for greater, but there's still going to be
By
that
its
reality
nature,
looming in the
police
background.
brutality is an over. What's the word I'm looking for? It is a disproportionate amount of force used against somebody by its nature of being police brutality, right? If you're using an appropriate amount of force, that's one thing. Subduing someone that's fighting you back and like getting them to the ground and putting on handcuffs, fine. Then proceeding to like punch that person in the head after they're already handcuffed, that's brutality. We want to limit
Right.
brutality. I don't think
But I mean,
force
if
needs to be
they
limited.
haven't gotten cuffs on, if they haven't even gotten cuffs on and they're fighting this suspect or individual, then and they do something that's out of compliance with what they've been taught, then the public's definitely going to deem that as police brutality just because they don't know the nature of the situation, haven't been involved in situations
I
like
think
that.
if there's more than one cop on a person, and the person gets punched in the head, it's brutality either way.
But most police officers are taught when they go hands-on, they're not to leave their partner alone with using force.
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
But in situations where it's one-on-one and you don't know if an individual has a weapon on them, of course you'd want more than one person if you're apprehending an individual.
Yeah, sometimes there can be, but you can apprehend somebody with two cops and one person and it not lead to brutality. Even if the person's fighting back, you can have it not be brutality. Like that exists.
I mean, officers aren't always going to do things that are in compliance with the training that they received. There's just situations that, and I agree that the call
Officers
for a
are not
little bit
always
more.
going to do stuff in compliance with the training they receive. What? We see that all the time.
Right. So why bank on the possibility that they will with
I bank on
with
not wanting
their
cops.
So why abolish prisons?
Because prisons are slave farms, and I don't think slavery should be legal.
Do you think that prisons should be refit or remodeled?
No, I think people shouldn't be punished with imprisonment for a crime. I think they should be rehabilitated when they commit crimes.
So you think that, I don't even want to put words on your mouth, but what I'm getting is that all crime is rehabilitative.
I think we should try to rehabilitate all crime. I don't think everybody's going to be able to utilize the rehabilitation, and for people like that, we would keep them in long term facilities. They wouldn't be prisons. They wouldn't be forced to work. They wouldn't. They would live in situations eerily similar to like the Norwegian model and the Scandinavian prison model. But they would not be imprisoned like we imprison them now. I don't think retributive justice works. Hence the fact that we have like the largest prison population at 2 million and some of the highest recidivism in the world at 50 to 70%.
So I currently work at a juvenile, well, not even a juvenile detention and assessment center. I work at a treatment facility now because of the laws. They're closing state prisons and they're allocating everything back to the state or to the county. I'm sorry. So these kids are now, some of them are there for murder, some are there for robbery. So these kids that would have gone to state prison or the juvenile version of state prison, they're now staying in our county and they're being treated. And we're banking on rehabilitation for those getting out at 23 or 25 years old. So what happens, because I've already seen what happens when these kids that are 25, they get out, they commit another felony. What is prison still not an option? Or are we still doing more therapy?
So rehabilitation doesn't just mean
Rehabilitative,
therapy.
it's not therapy, yeah.
Also, Hannah,
Well,
you've been gone for a while, so you can talk now if you want.
I know you're good. Sorry.
So like, well, rehabilitation is like family reunification and therapy and, you know, a whole bunch of other things that are supposed to basically make them working members of society. So when that does not work, when they get out of these facilities at 25 years old and they commit a murder, what is the next step? More rehabilitation?
So two things. Murder is the lowest recidivism crime. Um, Currently, only 25% of people who go to prison for murder will recommit a murder, because typically murders are crimes of passion. So, like, once you've killed the person you want to kill, you don't tend to kill again. But yeah, if somebody recommits, then we would look at public safety prevention, right? Which would be locking them in a long-term care facility, depending on the crime. But that care facility would be structured more like the Scandinavian prison model than the American prison model, which is more set up like apartments. They have more free, like it would be stuff like that. They wouldn't be locked in like prisons, because just throwing someone away in prison and like throwing the key away, it doesn't prevent violence. It's just perpetrating violence now on another person, and I don't think retributive justice works. Hence,
So
the fact that,
do you believe in long-term or lifelong confinement for those repeat offenders?
Yeah, if it becomes a public safety issue, yes, we can look at long-term confinement. Again, it wouldn't be a prison, and they wouldn't be forced to work. There would be no.
I'm not talking long-term. I'm talking lifelong.
That's what he means by long term.
Oh.
So like people, there would be like, before they are even released, there would be professionals who would be evaluating these people before they are deemed safe to interact with the public again, or be around other people, right? They're not going to, and again, if they do recommit, they would go into, again, professionals would evaluate this. This isn't my, like, I'm not going to deem who is going to go to a long-term care facility. There'd be professionals evaluating them, right? And
much like a parole board.
A parole board?
Yeah, like a council of people that kind of approve or disapprove your parole based on the interaction they have with you.
What kind of people are on the parole board? I mean, I don't know.
I believe it's
like
usually
it would be professionals in the area who would be able to determine.
There's just whoever the governor of that state elects.
Oh, yeah. So no, it would be like professionals who are like specialized in these areas, who would be able to determine whether these people are able to interact with the general public again.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, in a sense, long-term confinement is prison. I mean,
Not
prison
the
is
way, not in the way a prison is in America. The minute you remove forced labor, you're no longer have what Americans know as prisons.
You said the moment you remove forced labor,
Yeah,
we do not have prison.
Yeah, American prisons are solely reliant on forced labor. It's like a big part of American prisons is the forced labor. Remove the forced labor, you don't really have what we colloquially know as a prison.
Is it really forced labor?
Yes.
Yeah. So in a few states, or I think it's eight states, my state included, Texas, they don't pay their prisoners anything, $0, 0 cents, and they're forced to work. If they don't, they are punished for it, taken away like commissary privileges, things like that, or thrown in like solitary confinement.
Wow.
So they're forced to work.
And the average, even in states where you get paid, the average prison pay is 60 cents an hour, which you might as well still be making nothing.
So
plus a lot of prisons charge like fees, like room and board, things like that,
as well as being charged to communicate with the outside, like for phone or video privileges, even though we know that like constant communication with your outside world, which I'm sure you can attest to, working in corrections, like it leads to safer prison environments, and it leads to decreased aggression amongst people in prison.
So like infrastructure is okay. The actual like procedure and policies you don't agree with?
I still think the infrastructure. I still think the infrastructure is not great. Like, I don't think removing someone's human rights is okay, and dehumanizing them to the point of like for Texas, for example, like throwing like 50 guys into a cell block and then cooking them to death. I don't think is okay.
So, do you think that? Do you agree with certain certain legislation? I can't particularly name, but there's a trend that certain crimes, low-level crimes, are not necessarily being booked, and they're more citable offenses, and basically you can, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think if you don't actively commit a violent offense on another human being, you shouldn't go to jail. Like, if you don't commit violence against somebody else, there are other things we can do. I don't think prison is the way to go.
So, like, grand theft and, like, burglary, property crimes and stuff, like, they should be left in the community?
If you are not perpetrating violence, there's other things we can do. We can do house arrest. We can do community service. We can do parole. There's like a probation. Like there's so many other probation is what I meant. There's so many other ways we can do doing like prison stuff as opposed to like actual prisons. Is that my food? Oh, Hannah, you keep talking. I think my food's here.
But as he said, how is that really preventative then?
Wait, what was he saying?
He was saying we could do house arrest, we can do community service. There's other methods that we can take to where people that don't commit violent crimes are able to still not be in prison, basically. But how necessarily preventive is that if they're still being given access to do the same thing?
Well, I don't know what y'all were talking about specifically. Like, I wasn't listening, to be honest, because I was looking something up on my computer. But for like house arrest, when he's talking about nonviolent crimes, what kind of crime are you like worried about that wouldn't prevent? Like, I don't know which type, like what crime y'all were talking about. There's a lot of different nonviolent crimes.
Like property crimes or low-level sex offense crime.
What do you mean low-level sex offense crime?
Basically not like SA, but cyber or, you know, just maybe possession.
Well, those are not low-level crimes, I don't believe.
Well, maybe
like,
I should be more
like
specific.
having like CP, I don't think that's a low-level crime.
I meant differing, so things that are not violence. SA is violence.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what measures Jovan was talking about. It depends what crime it is for what type of thing. Not every nonviolent crime would go on like house arrest, and there would probably be different like requirements for different people for different like the different crimes they commit for house arrest. So it wouldn't necessarily probably be like that person just being at their house with like an ankle monitor on, and that's like all they had to do, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a little bit more than just like that, like just having them at their house.
Yeah.
But Jovan can expand on that when he gets back. I really was not listening to us conversation before he said my name.
No, I feel you.
I think he's coming.
Yeah. I can hear the Popeyes rustling. And now I'm hungry.
Where are we at?
Jovan, do you want to expand on the house arrest stuff that you were talking about? Because I was not listening before.
What
you
about
said
it?
my name. Like, I guess his question was, how is that preventing them from committing the same crimes that they were committing?
It's preventing them from going to jail.
Right, but why not have them go to jail where they have a higher chance of not doing their crime than
in the time that they're in prison, they may not be committing that crime, but they're more likely to recommit crimes when they get out of prison in our prison system. Once you go to prison, you're more likely, I believe it's 7%, but it's probably higher now, more likely to recommit crime.
Yeah, I want to know what they did.
What'd they do?
So they didn't have any chicken sandwiches, which I could tell. So instead they put 2 chicken tenders on pieces of bread.
Ooh, no.
And the worst part, they left the pickles and shit on, which I asked for off.
Oh my gosh.
That's actually funny.
This whole order. At least my mac and cheese is good. Oh, pickles are so gross.
You're so weird for that. I love pickles.
But I got mac.
Anyways, Jovan, you want to answer his question?
How does it... I mean, we can give them rehabilitative services while they're on house arrest. I don't know why we couldn't do that.
But, like, how effective are those services?
Very. Other countries that prioritize rehabilitative care over retributive care have lower recidivism rates than we do.
I just don't see how a professional, but a person to this person can provide them a service to just totally rework their framework of thinking and how they commit crime. Like,
it's okay that you don't see how it can happen, but other countries effectively do it.
Right, but I mean, I see a lot of these adult kids, and I still look at them as kids, even if they are 20, 22. But they go to these sessions and these rehabilitative services that we offer, and not even 30 minutes later, when they're on the unit programming with other residents, they're entrenched in the gang specific language in assaulting each other.
Wait, are you talking about rehabilitative care like we offer in the United States?
Yeah.
It's like not comparable to what they offer in like where we're talking Scandinavian countries like Norway. It is structured a lot differently, and they offer different things that are a lot more helpful, I guess. In the United States, like with mental health care specifically, We have a terrible mental health care system, healthcare in general, but mental health too. So it's not like, I don't really know how to explain that, but it's not comparable. The United States rehabilitative care that we offer is not true rehabilitative care.
So then why even compare it in the first place to other countries that have effective rehabilitation rates?
Because they do it differently. So I'm saying that, like,
we're not
that
gonna
you're
adopt
saying
that.
that it doesn't work because you give them rehabilitative care and then they do those things that you just named. I'm saying that we don't give them the same rehabilitative care that we are talking about.
And we have professionals set in place in the United States to provide services and care. But if you guys are
Not
saying,
effectively.
so if they're not effectively doing it in the United States and they're already set in place, what is going to change if prisons
They're
and
not
police?
really set in place, for one, but the ones that
These
we
people
do
have jobs.
What?
These people have jobs.
Who are you talking about? What people? Like, what system do we have in place to rehabilitate people who commit crimes?
I think jails have therapists that work in them to work with them on a weekly, if not multiple times through the weekly basis, to address this. And
Jails. But hold on. So, like, for example, that's not a good thing. So, like, for example, in Texas, we're ranked 51 in mental health care, and our biggest provider for mental health care is our county jail system, because that is the only place that you're, like, what's it called? Not required, but, like, you have to be what is it called? You have to be given it. You have to be given mental health care. Whereas, like, any other place, you're not guaranteed. You're guaranteed mental health care at the county jail. Whereas, like, in other places in Texas, most people don't have access to mental health care. That is one of the measures that we would be taking, like, before abolishing prisons. Mental health care is a big part of that. So, yeah, we don't. Go ahead. What were you saying?
When we talk about abolishing police and prisons in this current time, there's not going to be a pretty rollout.
We're not in this current time, as in, like, where we're at in society right now. Again, like, abolishing prisons and police is the end step. That's, like, basically the last step after we have addressed everything else to get to that, to where we can abolish police and prisons.
Well, I mean, we've already started not imprisoning nonviolent offenders, at least in California. So
yeah, but that's not the United States, right? One state is not the entire population.
But these are the first steps, and there's already trends in cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, where there is a rise in property crime.
Yeah, but we've done studies on San Francisco. Specifically, it's in my link tree if you want to see it. And the it's like, what is it, Title 47, Prop 47 was not found to be the link to the increase in crime.
So what was? Or are they still finding that out?
I don't remember specifically. I think the bulk of it was COVID, but it wasn't Prop 47.
I mean,
like, if we were talking about like, nonviolent crimes, the first step would be, like, federally decriminalizing drugs, not just, like, city by city.
Federally decriminalizing drugs, as in, like, possession and distribution as well?
Possession, use,
and purchase.
Go ahead, yeah.
The 3 victimless drug crimes.
Possession, use, and purchase. Is distribution not a victimless drug crime?
Distribution is. That's why distribution would still be criminalized.
No, but how is it a crime where there's a victim? It's distribution.
You're distributing it to somebody. You're creating a victim of drug abuse.
They're making a choice to buy drugs.
So typically, and Hannah can probably speak to this more, typically when someone's making a use to buy drugs, they're not, like, in a great state of mind. and can be very easily persuaded to drug use.
Right.
Typically, people buying drugs like that are in active addiction, and active addiction is not, it's not necessarily a choice. So whenever you're like continuously buying drugs, it's not necessarily you making a conscious choice every time to do so. It's more of like a survival thing.
But I mean, then I feel like purchasing is kind of, you're a victim then if you're not in control of your own addiction.
But you can't be criminalized for doing something to yourself. You can be
Right.
criminalized for doing something to others.
Right, but the act of distribution is not you doing something to someone else. It's them purchasing or you giving someone something and they then do something to themselves with it.
Whenever you're selling or distributing, you're distributing with the intent for that person to use it, not for them to just like have it in their house.
I mean, that's not the only reason people distribute, though.
You don't make a profit if the person doesn't use your drug and then come back and use it again.
Yeah.
You actively would
Yeah.
not make
Unless
a
you're
profit
talking
on it.
about like distributors who like distribute to smaller dealers, but that still should be criminalized.
Well, then, shouldn't the purchase of whatever causes the addiction be criminalized then?
No, because again, you can't go to jail for doing something to yourself. That's just kind of backwards.
So if you can't go to jail for doing something to yourself,
Well, let me
physically,
rephrase. You shouldn't go to jail for like, how do you commit a crime against yourself? Crimes should have to have a victim. If there's no victim, why is it a crime?
I mean, look at abortion.
What about abortion?
Nothing. It was a joke.
Okay. I was like, we're going back to the topic.
I mean, I can understand. The intent for use. I mean, yeah, you're right.
And I mean, I think there is an issue with it as well. Like, I think this being the first step to decriminalize those three things, like the possession, use, and buying of drugs. But when we look into dealers, depending on obviously like distributors, like big distributors, I'm talking about like more like smaller, like local dealers, things like that. A lot of them are addicts in active addiction who are selling to keep using. And so that's another big part to look at, but that's, kind of comes after the victimless crimes, because distributing, whether you are an addict in active addiction or not, and you're selling, it's still hurting other people and creating more victims. So
I gotta make a phone call.
it's
You guys
another
can
part
listen in. Give me
to
a
look into,
second.
though.
Give me a second. This is important.
What are you doing?
Hold on.
Hello?
Hey, is Audrina with you?
What?
Is Audrina with you?
No.
Oh, you don't have her this weekend?
Supposedly tomorrow, maybe.
Okay, never mind then. I gotta go.
Why? Oh. Why? What was up?
I won tickets to Aladdin.
Oh.
So I was gonna see if
when?
she wanted tomorrow.
Oh, we're supposed to get her tomorrow.
Yeah, but I would have to like get her at like 10. Like she would be gone all day. So it'd be, if you're just gonna see her tomorrow, then
Why don't you take Manny?
I gotta go.
Okay, goodbye.
Because I don't want to take my cousin. I want to take my niece. All right. Anyway, I won tickets to Aladdin on Broadway tomorrow, so that's what I'm doing tomorrow.
That's dope.
Oh, nice.
Well, let's go purchase. Or this is the 1
So you think-
p.m. Let's go. It's city trip tomorrow.
So Hannah, decriminalized fentanyl?
What was that? Sorry.
Decriminalized fentanyl?
Yeah, I would say decriminalize for what we're talking about, not legalize, because legalize is a different thing.
Well, doesn't
Decriminalized
legalization,
means that you would not go face any like criminal prosecution, like going to jail or prison.
but legalization is the the allowed
Means that it
use?
would say that it is legal, like completely all around. Which, if it is legal, that means that like distributors and dealers would also have to be legal. And that's what decriminalization keeps illegal, is the dealers and distributors. They still face criminal prosecution, whereas possession, use, and buying would not.
I mean, shouldn't some people that possess fentanyl be criminally charged?
Possess what?
Fentanyl? Fentanyl?
Why?
Like, just
No, because
just
a lot
like
of, so like the fentanyl like crisis that we're in right now, the reason that we are in it is because basically every single drug you buy on the street is laced with some type of fentanyl, right? Some amount of fentanyl. And so it's not like people are not buying this knowingly, so they're not like going out and seeking fentanyl necessarily, right? They become addicted to like, say, like pills, right, that are cut with fentanyl in it. And they don't know fentanyl's in it. They think they're taking like 30s or something like that, right? And so they continue taking them because they're addicted and they don't know fentanyl's in it, which a lot of the time leads to like overdoses because fentanyl is very dangerous. But again, so yeah, they're not like intentionally, most of the time, intentionally going out and buying fentanyl. Some people do because they are like extremely addicted to it. But again, I don't think that that's something to like criminalize, to like throw someone in jail for being addicted to fentanyl. It doesn't do anything for addiction.
Right.
And they'll probably end up staying on drugs in prison anyways.
So should they go into like mandatory treatment?
Yeah. Like rehabilitation. I think for like, if we're talking about drug use specifically, like people in addiction, I think that, yeah, they should have mandatory rehabilitation.
And this wouldn't that have to be recommended through a court system or something?
Yeah. So like instead of going to jail, they would go to rehab. Unless obviously, so that's just for possession, use, and buying, right? That's not for any crimes committed during or after that point.
Right. So like when they go through this court process and they get remanded to like treatment, then like how does it set a precedent for their future life in terms of like disclosing information about that to workplaces and stuff like that?
Like going to rehab?
Yeah, is that stuff like public record?
I don't think that shouldn't be. I don't think your employer needs to know that you went to rehab. I don't think it has any bearing on like you or your like ability to perform your job. That's obviously if you're out of active addiction, right? So like if you're going back to like if you're in rehab or still in like active addiction after rehab, you would obviously be going back to rehab. But I don't think that any employer really needs to know like your medical history, like rehabilitation.
But in terms of like rehab, don't a large percentage or a good percentage of people relapse?
I can pull up the statistic on people who go to rehab, and you're saying like go to rehab and relapse after they get out of rehab, right?
Yeah.
It is fairly common from my personal experience and people around me. But it is fairly common to need to go to rehab multiple times. But that is also not necessarily a testament to like rehab not working, more as the way that things are structured right now. It's not, we don't give the people, so like if we're just sending someone to rehab and then sending them straight back into the situation they were in before and not fixing any of those other like problems, which is why like abolishing police prison would be the last step, because again, addressing things such as like our mental health care system, and also poverty and things like that, those create trauma, which causes people, that's like a majority cause of addiction. And so having people fixing those issues, giving people less trauma, rehabilitation is a lot more likely to work.
But where are these people even going to come from? Like, these people have to be educated and able to handle that type of caseload and work. And I don't think that, even with the services in the United States now, I don't think there are as many employed resource officers that can help these people. So how could that even change? If we don't have the resources, how can we expect change?
Well, we as a nation do have the resources, we just don't distribute them equitably. We can make a system where everyone gets like their needs met, right? And like right now in our current system, we probably don't have enough people working like social workers and things like that. But we also have like ineffective systems of like policing and things like that that are like a lot of different people would not be like cops anymore, right? They could have different jobs, if that makes sense. It opens a lot of different jobs up for people to have when we take down the different systems that we're talking about taking down. I don't know if Jovan has another like thing to add on to that part of it, of like the resources thing. Are you even listening, Jovan?
He enjoying that sandwich.
I don't know what we're talking about right now.
About basically like providing people with like these resources, like who would be doing those jobs, like for mental health care, addiction, like rehab, things like that.
No, you covered it.
I think is what the question was. What'd you say?
I said you covered everything.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, it's going to open up jobs for, let's say, these police officers to migrate to a different field. But a lot of police officers are police officers because they like to be police officers and they like to exercise whatever type of shit they got going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the end step, right? So like police are still going to be having their jobs like right now as we're like working on addressing the different causes of crime and things like that, like poverty, our education system, mental health care system, things like that. I think those are all very realistic things that we could work on while still having police and prisons. And I think we definitely have the resources to do so. We just don't.
I could tell you right now that if things, and not that I disagree with things changing, I do agree that they need to. But as sadistic as it sounds, if things were to change in favor of, and just making conditions more bearable, police officers would quit.
That's pretty telling of how good the police officers are.
Of course. But these police officers would quit, and then where would we get a surplus of employees? Like how, I know it's the end stuff, but how, I can't see the end stuff even like getting there if there's a collapse in between.
What do you mean a collapse in between? Like if like police are quitting their jobs? I mean, I don't know if necessarily like, do you mean because like we're addressing poverty in our education system and stuff? Why would that cause them to quit their jobs?
Well, like you said, if
Jovan, they were to what's your issue? Sorry, hold on.
It's not off with that mac and cheese today.
You were literally like, at least my mac and cheese is good.
Nah, it's not off. It's not off.
Sorry to interrupt you. Keep going.
No, I forgot. I've like short term.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. But I mean, the collapse would be, yes, police walking out because inmates would be getting more rights or conditions would be more bearable or the corrective action that they take, they can't. Yes, this person just said, I can't abuse my authority anymore. And that's exactly correct. So like, of course we would need them to quit, because who needs people like that working in that environment? But at the same time, it would cause a collapse, because who's going to fill in the place? Because the inmates will get more rights. The corrective action taken will be less severe, and people will not want to deal with basically an empowered inmate force, emotionally empowered at least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what other jobs like the cops are going to choose. I don't really care. But I think that like
who's going to replace them,
addressing like the education system, like such as like giving people the ability to have the jobs they want. I think we will see, or like ability to get the degree in the thing that for the requirement for the job, like such as like social workers, mental health care workers, things like that. Right? We're going to have more people being able to get the things needed for those jobs, and therefore have more people in those jobs.
Okay, but then wage is going to be an issue, and social workers already do not get paid enough. Who's going to want to go into that profession if it's not going to be? I mean, of course you should go.
Wages is another thing that needs to be addressed. Livable wages.
But see how it just stacks up on top of issue and issue. How long is it going to take? And the risk of collapse and the end goal, it seems like it's going to take decades.
Yeah, none of these are quick fixes. How can you quickly fix a system that's been broken since 1864?
Yeah.
Starting now, shit.
Right, yeah, it's going to take a while, and that's what when we say like the last step is because there's a lot of steps before. And we can like lay out like the like big steps, such as like, so I say like education, mental health care, poverty, things like that. But then when you go into those topics, there's a lot of steps inside of those topics. So it's a long process. There's a lot of things that we have to address and fix. But I think it's necessary.
Yeah.
I think getting people on the same page is a big part of that. So like having these conversations, I think, is important. Because a lot of people think that it's just impossible. I think a lot of people would want to live in a society like this and like fight for a society like this. I just think a lot of people are not optimistic about it. I think they don't think it's possible, which is understandable. But I think that's the reason we have these conversations, is to get people to like realize it is possible, and there's other parts of the world already doing these things, and it is possible here, even though we live in the United States.
I mean, you guys definitely changed my perspective on all three of the topics that were shit. It was more than three, but you changed my perspective. And yes, the conversations are important, but it's just sad that we live in a certain reality where things are going to take longer than it needs to.
Yeah, I agree that it is sad. I mean, I wish we didn't have to even be having these conversations in the first place. But I guess, it is our reality. But I'm really glad that, we changed your perspective and stuff like that. I really appreciate that, and you coming on to talk to us.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go off and eat some food. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Sounds good. Thanks, you too.
Bye.
All right. I've been live for 5 hours.
So you're just going to quit like a loser?
I've been live for 5 hours.
I'm just kidding. I'm just bored.
5 hours. 5.
See, Hellsbells just got here.
I have been live for 5 hours, you guys.
Someone said Jovan's rage quitting.
And I haven't even been live. I haven't even received a benefit. I have 12 diamonds.
Hey, yo, gift Jovan so he stays on. Send gifts to Jovan so he keeps debating with me. I better see a gift in the next 5 seconds.
Poop Train was nice enough to buy me lunch. It wasn't the best.
We playing later today or no?
Probably Alien, maybe. It came out really not great. And y'all want me to do this for free? You want me to continue doing this for free? No one's subbing to Twitch. You guys could have come over to Twitch and watched our subbed. Nobody. There's 11 of us over in the Twitch chat.
Okay,
Twitch
if
chat.
you get 10 Twitch followers right now, 10 people in this chat right now, go follow him on Twitch. Or all of you, but at least 10. Got the roses coming? Em, we love you.
Hannah just doesn't want me to end the live.
Right.
I didn't do housekeeping. When did I have time? We were like in the middle of heated debates. I have been here for 5 hours. I need to go. I need to go like take a nap or something.
Oh my god. Go take a nap. That's what you have to go for. I know
5
your naps are
hours.
important, though.
5 hours. I got a nap.
They just gifted you a bunch of different coins, a bunch of different stuff.
I have 138 diamonds.
That's 100 and...
That's 3 cents.
Okay, but it's 115 more than you had.
Do we live in a uber capitalist system now?
Or you
My
could
time
restart
is
the
worth
live like
3
you were
cents.
supposed to, and then you'll get more viewers that will send you more gifts instead of the viewers that have been in here the whole time.
This feels exploitative.
Oh my god, here we go.
I'm just saying, it feels exploitative.
Okay, Jovan, then in your life.
Am I
You
wrong?
feel exploited.
Am I not being exploited
Yes.
for my labor?
You're getting paid. Emma's sending you gifts right now as we speak.
203. 4 cents now. I feel like I'm being exploited for my labor. Specifically by Hannah. I feel like Hannah's the foreman exploiting me for my labor.
200 coins is not 4 cents.
Yes,
Is it? No, it's not, because 100 coins is 50 cents.
Alien, thank you for the gifted sub.
So 200 coins is $1.
Listen, I thank every single person that's sending gifts. I love all of you. I think you're all amazing. I've also been live for 5 hours. Fine, then Hannah has to
Then go take a
entertain
nap.
you.
Go take a nap.
Hannah has to entertain you guys. You want me to stay on? Hannah has to entertain you.
Well, you have to restart so we can get requests.
Give me like 30 to 40 minutes off stream and then I'll come back.
That's going to turn into 4 hours.
Give me
I
some
already know it.
Can't I get some time off stream to myself?
Jovan, I'm just messing with you. Yes, you
You're
can end your
gaslighting me
live.
now. You're gaslighting me.
No, I am not. Dude, I don't have, you can end your live whenever.
Okay, then I'm going to go take a nap. I'm going to go relax. And then I'll be back and we'll do more debates later today, okay? All right. Love you.
Bye.